Shabbat Shalom, Israel.
Shabbat Shalom.
Glory honor to the Most High Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Psalm 47, verses 1 to 9. Hold up your hands, all you people. Shout unto Yah with the voice of triumph. For Yah Most High is terrible. He is the great king of all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob whom we love. Yah is going up with a shout. Yah with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to Yah. Sing praises. Sing praises unto our King. Sing praises. For Yah is King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. Yah reigns over the heathen. Yah sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the power of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto Yah. He is greatly exalted. Hallelujah.
Yeah, don't stop serving. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom to the people of Yah. Hallelujah. Come on, put your hands together.
Elohim. Lo Yelaka Elohim Abrim Al-Panah. Lo Tisa and Shem Yuval Elohim Asad. Sakor et Yom HaShabbat LaPadesh. Kabed et Alikah et Ibeka. Lo Tesa. Lo Tina. Lo Tigo. Lo Ta Ne Beriaka et Shibwe. Lo Ta Mo.
Psalm 224 begins. The earth is God's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the sea, and he established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hills of Yah? Who shall stand in his holy place? He that has clean hands and a pure heart, who have not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor showed deceit. He shall surely receive the blessings from Yah, and righteousness from the God of our salvation. This is the generation of them that seek thy face, O Jacob. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? Yah. Yah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? God. He is. Hallelujah. Shabbat Shalom, Israel. Shabbat Shalom, children of the Most High God. Hallelujah. That the Most High has allowed us to come to this place on this day to praise Him, to worship Him, and to honor Him. Hallelujah. How many of y'all feeling mighty happy on today? Hallelujah. Feeling mighty fine. real good out there today. For that reason alone, the Most High woke you up this morning, gave you some good weather, and gave you the Shabbat. All in one. It feels so good, I think we should take service outside today. We're doing good in Blacksburg for these 3 months. But you're already seated, hallelujah. Truly, the Most High is great. He is honorable. He is worthy to be praised. Another week that the Most High has carried us up and down the dangerous highways, not allowing any harm or danger to come towards us, but saw fit just allowed us to make it to our destinations, our place of shelter, and to enter into his holy Shabbat after going down on the summer last night. And this morning we can come together and dine together, to fellowship together, and hear what thus said the Almighty Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Well, I had a good week this week, a great week this week, a fantastic week this week. In other words that can go with it, and I don't know this week. My vocabulary ain't that great. But with the 3 words that I can use, Reverend, that I know is acceptable to the Most High. Hallelujah. On this week, I was in Jacksonville, Florida, and I called my wife. That was the beginning of the week camp. I was in Jacksonville from Sunday to Monday, and I got back into town. Believe it was on Monday. And my wife said, "You ain't told me you was coming back into town." I said, "Baby, I gotta go right back to Jacksonville. I can't stop. I gotta come and I gotta go." But my wife thought that I was supposed to stop in and get a little supper, get a little sugar, and said, "Baby, I gotta hit that road again." But all praise be to the Most High Yah that she was passing through on Monday. I was coming down off the 77, coming the back way, had to pick up something in Fort Mill, and my wife passed by me with her mom, and she was like, I see you driving that truck." I said, "Yeah, where you at?" She said, "Don't worry about it, I see you." she said, "Don't worry about it, I see you." I was like, I'm glad I didn't do nothing. I'm glad I'm a righteous man, because if I wasn't, I would have been caught. But all praise be to the Most High that she saw me coming through when I was supposed to and was in Jacksonville, but had to come back to Concord through that area to get a load to go back to Jacksonville. And I didn't let her know I had to come back to Concord to get a load, so she thought I was pulling a little wool over my eye. But no, it wasn't no wool thing. I was making that money. You see the bank account money. You said, "Oh yes, and them ducks." That's them ducks. They're doing what he's supposed to do. But all praise be to the Most High Yah that we talked about that, and it made me feel good that I could be a righteous man and I didn't have to lie.
That's right.
I didn't have to say, "Oh well, I was in Jacksonville," and I had to give you another lie that I no, it wasn't none of that. It was just that I was in Jacksonville, had to come back from Jacksonville through the area, go to Concord, pick up another load answer, and go back to Jacksonville. They had me all across the globe this week, but guess what, Cal?
Yeah.
He's some good money.
Yeah.
Baby, you want to go shopping tomorrow? All praise be to the Most High. It's this song I heard this week, Repcon. I think you know it. I'm gonna try to sing it, and y'all can help me. I know Repcon. I know she know what it is. This is a choir song that we used to sing back in the days. It goes sort of like this. This is this. I think they call it. Correct me if I'm wrong. The vamp. That's what it is. You don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. I can never repay you, Yah, for what you done for me. How you loose my shackles and you set me free. How you made a way out of no way. Turn my darkness into day.
There was joy in the time of sorrow. Oh, for my tomorrow. Peace in the time of storm. Strength for the weak and worn.
You've been, come on, Rep.
Now you've been so faithful. You've been, oh, you've been so faithful. and set me free. How you made a way out of no way. Turn my darkness into day. Bring the joy in the time of sorrow. Hope for my tomorrow. Peace in the time of storm. Strength for a weak and warm. You've been You've been so faithful. You've been so faithful. You've been hallelujah. You've been so faithful. I can never repay what you've done for me. How you loose the shackles and you set me free. How you made a way out of no way. Turn my darkness into day. In the joy in the time of sorrow. Hope for my tomorrow. Peace in the time of storm. Never a weekend walk. Pay up for what you've done for me. How you lost my shackles and you set me free. How you made a way out of no way. Turn my darkness into day. In the joy in the time of sorrow. Hope for my tomorrow. Peace in the time of storm. Never a weekend walk. Thank you. You've been so faithful. I know that you've been so faithful.
Hallelujah. We real on the road together. We gonna take you another intro. Hey, it sounded good.
Oh yeah, y'all take it off.
I can never repay you, God, for what you done for me. How you loose my shackles and you set me free.
How you made a way out of no way. Turn my darkness into day. In my joy in the time of sorrow. Hope for my tomorrow. Peace in the time of storm. Strength for a weekend walk. You've been You've been so faithful. You've been so faithful. Yeah. You've been so faithful.
Hallelujah. I was riding down the road this week. That song came on the radio. And I say, the Most High's been faithful to me. Hallelujah. Out of my 39 years of living, the Most High has been faithful. He continues to come through. He continues to uphold his end of the bargain. Back in the days, we had a saying that my word is my bar. We can't count on people's words these days. But the Most High word is his bar. Whatever he said he is going to do, you can count on him. Because he's faithful in doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Hallelujah. Everybody give Shepherd your hand as he comes out for it. Hallelujah. Shepherd your hand. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Let's give General Abrams another hand. Hallelujah. First of all, giving all honor to the creator of heaven and earth, to our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, to the men here in Shiloh. Hallelujah. General Abrams, Captain Isaiah Ezra, y'all scribe, to all of our elders, to all of our sisters, our children. Hallelujah. Everybody feeling all right?
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Everybody had a good night rest last night. Man, I tell you, when that sun go down a little earlier now, man, I tell you, my sleep was just so peaceful last night. Hallelujah. When I woke up, I said, man, I'm going to be late getting here to Abrams. But he was back here sleeping when I got here myself. So I didn't feel too bad. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Everyone had a great week on this week. We had a great week. Hallelujah. I'm excited, y'all. I'm excited. The reason that I'm excited and I remain excited is because I just believe. Hallelujah. The things that we have to do and what we have to do as a people now, it makes me so excited to continue to get up and be everything that we are supposed to be as a people. Hallelujah. Abram said on this week that he had a great week, fabulous week. He said all of those great words in the dictionary that he knows.
Hallelujah. I'm quite sure I had a great week also.
Yes, sir.
You know, just getting to the place now that every week is just getting better and better and better because we're understanding more and more and more. So as far as the work week, you would say I didn't have a great week. I was telling Abrams, I said, man, I went to go and get in the truck. Because when I came back with the truck, I thought I was going to be stuck in Tennessee for a while because the truck wouldn't start. So I got the truck back to Charlotte. Figured I just needed to start on the truck. Put a start on the truck. Truck started a couple of times. Then after that, the truck said, I ain't starting no more. So I said, I don't know. So anyways, I was telling Abrams what was going on, this, that, and that. So basically, I was here in Charlotte all this week. And I was saying to myself, I said, man, it just seems like every time I'm trying to push and move forward, it seems like it's just always something. And I was telling, can't remember whether it was last Shabbat before, I said, man, I just got to keep going. I said, I'm willing to just keep going, and going until I just can't go no more. You know what I'm saying? So as far as the work week, I wouldn't say it was what you would call a good week, y'all, but I had a great week. You know, I had a great week to still be able to understand what it is that I need to do and how I need to do and what's going on. But anyway, sometimes when certain aspects of your life that you expect to go well may not go well, there's so many more other aspects of your life that goes well. You know what I'm saying? So just sitting and thinking and meditating on the words of the Most High, the words of what the brothers and everyone has been saying and where we're supposed to be. And I said, man, I tell you the truth, it's such a great thing to understand that. And I know we sound probably redundant now until we actually get up and go forth and actually go forth to what we say we believe to see whether it's really true or not. That's exciting to me. So, and I was telling my wife this morning, I said, I can't repeat exactly what the scripture said. I know Captain helped me out. But anyways, he was telling the children of Israel, he said, basically, if you live and you live by these laws and you do X, Y, and Z is supposed to happen. You know what I'm saying? And I was telling her, I said, listen, I understand now. Serving Yah and doing the things that He's said to do is supposed to produce something. So when it ain't producing, you got to start asking yourself, you know, what's wrong? But understanding that these words that was given to us, it was given to us as a nation of people. So until we get in our minds that we have to begin to really pull the nation of Israel together and begin to work and do the things that the Most High says do, you're not going to see the production that you're supposed to see. You see what I'm saying? And it's something that we always say, it always starts, within your family. When you start seeing the production in your family, now that you're ready to move to the next step. I see the production that's happening that is supposed to be, in my family. So now it's time to make that bigger now. You know what I'm saying? So I said, man, we do all of these things and we run to and fro, up and down, and we say we're this and we say we're that. But then a lot of times you don't see the production. You know what I'm saying? That's what causes the weariness to come. I'm doing all of this. You start asking yourself, why am I doing all of this when I see no production? You know what I'm saying? It's because I think sometimes we do things and we do it on such a small scale, you can't see production. You know what I'm saying? Our scale got to get bigger now. You know what I'm saying? Everything that we do, everything how we move, it must become on a larger scale, must be on a scale of as the nation of Israel. And I was just thinking about those things on this week, man, because a lot of times what happened to us, we'll get stuck with just what we're doing, and it just works for me. And it's good enough for me and my family. You know what I'm saying? But man, you gotta want to do it on a much larger scale. I was just excited just about thinking about on those things this week as I was sitting in the office and I was sitting around and I was looking, I was saying, oh man, I ain't got nothing to do. So I said to myself, well, gotta find something to do. Started looking around. I came home, I told my wife, I said, listen, we gotta start renting out these office spaces. They just sit here. We gotta start doing this. We gotta start doing that. And this is how we gotta start looking at things. This is how we gotta do this. This is how we gotta do that. And I said, we gotta continue to get up. When one thing may fail, just get up and go do something else. When I tell you that if it's not empowering, when you understand that you actually can get up and make things happen, if that's not empowering, I don't know what is empowering. You know what I'm saying? I can get up and actually make things happen. You know? You know? And I was just so excited. Listen, the truth that is coming to us, you know, it's a thing of, it just never gets old. You know, every time you go back and think about it and you apply it in a different situation, it's like it starts all over again almost. So it just becomes exciting because I'm understanding. And like I was telling Abrams this morning when I was talking to him, I said, whenever I understand something, I can't help but to go far fast. Because when I didn't understand it, it put me behind. So now that I understand, I'm trying to catch up because I'm behind because I didn't understand. So just listening to the understanding that's coming from these brothers, man, it just makes you want to get to that finish line that much faster. You start looking around like, come on, Israel. Come on, man. We can do this. You know what I'm saying? Then I was telling my wife this morning, I said, I'm understanding this walk of life is very easy, Josiah. You know? That's right. All I have to do is love my brother and sister the way that I'm supposed to and just live. I said, it's really that simple. It has really boiled down to being that simple. How I treat my brothers and my sisters. I said, because it's supposed to be in me now. You see what I'm saying? So once I master that part right there, man, I'm pretty much at the finish line almost. You know what I'm saying? So just simplifying, you know, our way of life, our way of thinking, because we live in a world now that we believe that we have to have such an IQ to be such a great people. When it's really just simple. You know what I'm saying? So the more I sit and I look at this thing and how simple it is, you know, and y'all know for me, when I was talking to both my wives on this week, everything for me just goes back to polygyny because it just simplifies things so much. And I begin to explain certain things to them. And I say, y'all, listen, until we begin to understand and begin to think a certain way, I'm sorry, you really just don't move as a people. You become so stuck and stagnated because this is something that actually builds the nation of Israel. It helps the nation of Israel. You know what I'm saying? I had the privilege to be able to talk to some people on this week, you know, on that same subject. And I was talking to a young lady and I was told, I said, do you see yourself as being a good woman? She said, yeah. You know, I said, well, why are you not married? She kind of like, I don't know. I said, well, let me help you. There's only a couple of answers that you can really come up with. I'm waiting on the right man to come. I said, okay. I said, you know, that's pretty much one of the answers. You know? I said, well, let me help you. There are a shortage of men. I said, let's go further. There's just a shortage of good men. You know? She said, I can understand that. And I was telling her, I said, listen, the world is going to change after a while. I was telling Cap this morning. He was telling me to teach, so I'm going to get my 5 minutes teaching out the way. So nobody can say nothing to
1 hour.
You know? So I was telling her, I said, I mean, lost my train of thought when I said that. Where was I at, Cap?
The world's going to change in a minute.
I said, there's going to be a change in the earth. And I said, the change is already coming. I said, it's going to flip on us as men, Abrams. I said, women are going to start being afraid to talk to men that are actually single. Because I understand why you're single, but why am I single? You see what I'm saying? As a good man, why am I single? Now, unless you catch them between that gap or something happened majorly in their household with a woman or something, you got to catch them in that gap while they're single, so to speak. You see what I'm saying? Because I was telling her and I was telling the guy that I was talking to, I understand to a degree now why women are single. You got a shortage of good men, right? But if I'm looking at Cap and he said he's a good man, good men just don't stay single. You got a lot of good single women. You see what I'm saying? I said until we change the culture and the understanding, and I was telling her, I said, listen, the good man that you're probably waiting on, that probably is a good man, that probably something did happen, I said, he's probably over in California. And that gap in there where you probably could have gotten him, oh, that's gone now. I said, he's probably somewhere not even close to you, you know? So I was explaining, I said, until we change and understand our culture and what it does for us, I said, we as a nation just don't go. We just don't move. You know what I'm saying? Then I started telling my wife, I said, listen, when women start fully understanding how to help bring the nation of Israel together, I said, man, we stay stagnated to a certain degree. I said, because y'all play such a great role in helping bring the nation of Israel together. And as I began to explain that to the brother, and I said a lot more, and to the sister, they was like, you make all the sense in the world. It's just, I was telling my wife this week, I said, until we learn to accept our reality, I said, how far do you really go? Now, in my reality, I can actually get up and do something about my reality. You know what I'm saying? Like some people may say, man, I'm just here in the ghetto, I just gotta accept my reality. No, you actually can get up and do something. That's right. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the reality of there is nothing else I can do at this point. Once the children of Israel got to the Red Sea and Pharaoh was behind them, that was the reality until the Most High now has done something different. So therefore, I have to at least get up and go as far as I can go in my reality until the Most High said, now this is the next part of the reality. You see what I'm saying? So I was coming home and I was telling Reb Kah, I said, Reb Kah, listen, especially to our young women, I said, these mothers have to get their daughters ready to be married. If not, you're going to start finding out that men don't want to marry women that don't have nothing to offer them. You know what I'm saying? It almost like you become another child in my home for me to raise almost. You see what I'm saying? Until we begin to understand certain things, y'all, we'll just sit around and won't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I was telling them, I said, this is what's going to help us in this aspect begin to really move forward in the nation of Israel. Because after a while, y'all, it's just going to be even more of a shortage. It's going to become more and more of a shortage. And I was saying this right here. I was telling my wife, I was telling Reb Kah that I said, listen, as your daughter began to come up and began to grow, I said, there should be men looking and saying, now that's a good woman. I want to take that woman because she's going to help build my house. I say when people don't look at your daughter like that, something is wrong that you did not do to get her ready for marriage. So the thing, what I'm saying is, y'all, it's a trickle effect of us sitting around not doing nothing. We're not even getting the next generation prepared to go to the next step of their reality. They're just sitting around like, man, like, you know how we've seen certain young girls and you be looking at them like, boy, the way they move and the way they do this, and they be in there cooking, and they be in there cleaning, you be like, boy, you know, we as men, I'm telling y'all what we look at. And you be like, boy, great day now. Well, she would be, but when your daughter can't even cook 3 meals a day, what's going to happen? Real men are going to be like, No. You know what I'm saying? We have to get ourselves up and get ourselves prepared, y'all. You know what I'm saying? When you get to the place where your daughter can't do X, Y, and Z, you know, you're like, man, I don't need that burden right there. So I was talking to mother, I was talking to Z, I said, listen, I said, you have certain men, I said, which is not a bad thing. They take on certain women because they want, more children. So which is a great thing. I said, for some man that's going to work, there's some man that's not going to work. Because if all that you can produce to me is children, that's just not enough. All I can do is just lay down with you and that's it. You know? That's just not enough. You have to be able, listen, young women, you have to be able to really get up and produce now. In so many other, I was telling Z this morning, I said, listen, men have used that to just get other women. They've used it. I want my seed in the earth. And I want this in the earth. And you see some of them, y'all, they got 10 and 15 children and ain't doing nothing. No empire, no nothing. You're like, you had all of those children for nothing almost. Half of them ain't keeping the law. The other half over here, X, Y, and Z. I just said, if only I understood 20 years ago. And I said, the game is getting ready to change now. Cap, why is you single? The women are going to be saying, why are you single? As a man, it's already a shortage of good men. Well, why are you single? You know? Because now it's just going to flip-flop once we fully understand certain things. It's going to flip on us so fast and we're going to be like, man, why am I single? You know, I understand why women may be single. You know, I can grasp that understanding. But men that say they are good, righteous men, Abram just said he's a righteous man. That's like putting a bullseye on your back almost. You know? It's just gonna flip after a while, man. And when I was talking to the couple and I was getting them to understand certain things, they was like, listen, it makes all of the sense in the world. That's just from this aspect, because it's an aspect that I just love talking about. After I got finished talking to them, I came right in the house up talking to my wife. So listen, I'm telling y'all this is how you gotta understand this thing. I'm telling y'all this is how you gotta begin to look at it. This right here what helps build the nation of Israel. This is what helps us get to where we're trying to get to as a unit of people. You know what I'm saying? What I try to do is I try to take out the intimacy. And I try to get you to look past that part right there. Because after that, then what? The light bill still coming. Just water bill still coming. And now you another bill. Because I see the other two going to get their nails done. I want to go. So after that, we got to start talking. You know what I'm saying? So I try to leave that part out, man, because, and I said, women, I was telling my wives, y'all are so important. You know what I'm saying? I was even telling her this morning, I said, listen, I would love for my wives to have handmaids. I would love to have men servants. I said, but you know what? Everybody look at those words as degrading. You know what I'm saying? That's how everybody look at those words. I said, listen, and they could be of another nation. You could get it like that. I said, but it's so degrading. It's like our concept and what Yah is giving us is like it's a degrading thing almost. You know? I said, but what you really got is just a big family unit and all of the ants are working in their proper places. No one is so much degraded, but everybody now is working in their proper place, man. And what I'm saying, y'all, I'm really excited. The only way that I know what these brothers are saying is to be true, is to go and do it. That's going to be ill. If Gaveret tells me something, well, Gaveret, the only way I know that to be true is just to go do it. I've been hearing all my life, when you teach certain things to children while they're young, it's easier. I was amazed to hear my children playing their recorder in the house while the YouTube was going on. It was amazing to hear them, Gaveri, telling me who got this many. I can't even, they was talking terminology that I don't even know. You know, but they got this one and they only got this many notes and this and that, and this one was over here harmonizing. I said, it's the truth. While they're young, you can put so much into them. Now I got John come telling me, I believe the first of the year she's supposed to be getting a saxophone. I said, now, Gaveri is costing me too much money. These saxophones are hot. But I turned on something last night and I said, if you learn to play this saxophone like this right here, I said, man, look at here. But I understand if you give it to them while they're young, the thing is, it's my mind thinking, man, I can't, because I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? But with the children, y'all, and with us even as older people understanding certain things, I just sometimes like I get urged to say, if I could just open your brain up and put it in, if I could just get us to understand that this is what it's going to take, man. You know, this mindset right here, that's why I'm telling y'all, mothers, fathers, we have to get our children ready for the next part of the reality. You know, I was telling Rabbi, I blame mothers. I blame fathers. You not having your daughter and your son ready for the next part of reality, I blame y'all. You see what I'm saying? You know what I call it? I said we have had too many excuses. We have to get up and do what it is that we're supposed to be doing as a people, so that that next generation, even behind us, is ready now. I remember back in the day when we was coming up, man, your girlfriend could cook you 3 meals a day. Y'all, these young women now can't make 3 meals a day. Something, Aaron said, wait, something is wrong with that, y'all. You know, that type of stuff right there scares me. You know, you 25 and can't cook 3 meals a day? That's not good. You know, that's no. You know, you a grown man, you 25 years old and you still in here playing Sega Genesis, Nintendo, and you don't know how to change a tire. You don't understand. So I'm saying to myself, yo, I keep saying it, and everything that they're saying, I'm just applying it everywhere. We have to get up and do something now. You know, I want my children, I want our children to be ready to accept the next part of the reality. This is where we at now, y'all. This is our reality right now. Let's now move forward. Let's now get up and move forward now. Because what I'm telling y'all, brothers, and all our online listeners, it's going to flip on us. The women are going to be asking, why are you single? And you're telling me you're a good man. Oh, I'm just waiting on that. No. Good. I understand why women are single. It's a shortage of men like Abrams. You know what I'm saying? But when we begin to understand certain things, listen, y'all, what I'm telling y'all, what I'm telling even women, once I was telling my wives, yo, when I understand something, I now go. Because I understand certain things, I say, any woman just can't come and be a part of the house of Eo. I understand too much now. You see what I'm saying? Like, any woman just can't show, yeah, I like what y'all doing, I see what y'all doing, I want to, whoa. we need to go on and have a talk. Because I need to know whether you fully understand what's happening here. It looked good on Facebook. You see what I'm saying? But we got a system going on in here now. And you get, I was telling Rev Carl, I said, listen, Rev Carl, they gotta have some type of credentials now. You just don't roll up in the house of Edo and just think, yeah, they do polygyny down there. Whoa! So what I'm saying, y'all, it's gonna start flipping a little bit. You know, you'll find certain men that'll take anything in their house. No. You know, these women should be coming up, adding something powerful to a man. I was explaining this thing, Abram. Listen, I was in there teaching. I'm done, Captain, while you're done. I said, I just don't believe that. And y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I just don't believe that Dawid married, was it Abigail, Nabal's wife? Just for no reason. I believe that man felt as though that she had some good understanding. I'm willing to add that to my house. You see what I'm saying? I just don't believe that it was just, you know. It's what I'm telling y'all is gonna flip. And I was telling the young man that I was talking to, I said, and when Ezra said all the time, and when the young people catch hold to it, it's gonna just, they're gonna go far fast, Cap. They're going to go far fast with it. I don't think I ever told the story when we went down to Virginia. Was it Virginia we was in? And we was walking into the hotel, and I walked in back and forth a couple of times, and I walked back out, and finally the window rolled down on the car, and the young lady said, "Hey, how you doing?" I said, "Hey, how you doing?" The first thing that came out of her mouth, she said, "Are you polygamous, man?" I said, "What do you know about polygyny?" I asked how old she was. She was 23 years old. She said, "Every African American man is a polygynous man." I said, "What?" No, she said. And I said, "Well, yeah." She said, and I told her, I said, "Well, you know, I have 2 wives." The next question out of her mouth was, "Well, would your wives mind if you had a 3rd one?" I said, "No, they wouldn't mind." I said, "Put your number in here right here." But y'all know what? I went right upstairs and told my wife exactly what happened. And I was telling her, I said, "Man, listen." She was 23. She was stationed there or something like that. So she was, you know, so she was in the service. And I said, "Man, when these young people understand, and when it now can be done," I was telling my wives, when it now can be done correctly, you're going to see the benefits, man. I told Amos, "You had your wife that working this week?" I said, "Yes, I done filled out the phone. What you mean?" And I was telling Amos, I said, "By Rev Carl going out and working 2 days," and I said, "Man," I said, "Z did awesome this week in her business." I said, "Amos, I'm thinking about quitting my job." I said, "Man, we're going to begin to see not just from a financial side of things, but now Z can get up, y'all, and she can go run out the house, and she don't have to worry about trying to carry Nasika. Nasika is still there in the house." I'm in the group chat. They said, "Listen, I'm going to run over here. I'm going to run over here. I'll be back by this time, and I'll be back." I said, "Boy, look at how this thing," and I'll just be scrolling. Then when they do be talking to Angela, I said, "Well, I don't know." "Oh, that was just our personal chat." Wait a minute now. I need y'all to use this group chat. I say, you're going to understand it, man. I'm telling y'all, it's going to get to a place, man, that it's you know, and I tell myself, I'm glad that I try to get in something and go far, because it's going to catch us. This thing is going to catch us as righteous men, because we will put that righteousness on us as men. I'm telling y'all what comes with it now. I'm telling you because it's going to flip after a while. And the young lady and the man was saying, I fully understand what you're saying because if you just really open your eyes and really look at it and see it, he said that's pretty much where it's headed.
Right.
You go to a congregation and you ask all the single women to raise their hands. How many of y'all here single? A bunch of them will raise their hand. You ask them why. I'm just waiting on that, that right one to come along. Okay. If he does come along, 9 times out of 10, what I'm telling y'all is he's going to be married. It is a very slim chance he's going to be single. So what I was telling her is, when you change that mindset and flip it, you're going to get what it is that you're looking for. And I said so much more comes with it. Because he was asking about how my household run and this, that, and that. I said, you're going to change the mindset of, oh, I need to spend so much time with him. And I said, I'm telling y'all, the same way we talking about these scriptures, that's a fairy tale. How do you split you don't understand? I said, listen, I can give you a little bit of what's going on in my house. Rebecca is homeschooling. Rebecca don't have time to talk to me on the phone. She don't have time. How? She called me during the breaks. Oh, the children at recess now. I'm just calling to check in with you to see what's going on. We talk for maybe 30 minutes. You don't have time. It's when you marry women that ain't got nothing to do. Need more time. That's because you ain't got nothing to do. You ain't never here. You ain't got nothing to do. I want you home sometime. You ain't got enough to do. My wives are so busy, y'all, they can't even talk to me for hours during the day. Even if I had time, they don't have time. Now, if anything, I start saying, y'all ain't never got time for me. It doesn't flip now. You ain't never got time for me. Now, either you want your children to be dumb or you want me to come in and sit and talk to you. Now, which one you want, EO? What I'm telling y'all is we were always up and doing people. We have started sitting around just doing nothing. And we're trying to replace that with, you want this man sitting up on you. No! I got things to do. You got things. Listen, y'all, it was so peaceful and I enjoyed it so much as we sat down at the table last night and we got finished eating. And we ate us some ice cream. The children were jumping around and they were singing and they were dancing. Me and my wives, we just sat around. We were just talking and laughing. I said, you see this time right here? Boy, this time right here valuable. Ain't it, boy? Because during the week, my wives are busy. They're busy. You know what I'm saying? We become a lazy people just in our daily, And now we have this thing of, you don't spend enough time with me. Clearly, I need to give you another job.
Yes, sir.
You ain't never here. You need another job. You need more children. You need some babies or something. Something to occupy your time. Because I can't be here under you like this right here. Y'all, I love it, man. I love Ezra and them should have never taught me. Abrams, y'all should have never taught me what they taught me. I have to go and search it out now. As they said about the Thessalonians, I want to search it daily. Can't tell me I'm going to search it daily. I don't have to search it. I'm going to do it. I got to go do it and see whether this works. So he was saying, man, if you keep these laws and this, it's supposed to produce Then I was telling Amos this morning, I said, man, they've given us this poor understanding and this poor doctrine that we're supposed to just be poor. And I was telling Z this morning, I said, and they'll talk about the children. Yeah, they grew up with a silver spoon. How they say a silver platter. But I was telling Amos, it's not their fault that their parents had something for them. That ain't their fault. So it's almost like we have to be poor and then come up to really. There's no. And I was telling Amy, I said, 20 years and up died in the wilderness. So 20 years, young people had the land and everything that was promised to them, houses, vineyard, they had it all. So I was telling Amy, I said, almost like being poor should be like a curse to us because we was just a rich people in our mindset, not just money. Because remember, he told them, when y'all get there, he said, your women, they won't be barren. So all of this to me is rich. They can have children. They, everybody's been, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, Abrams, I said, Abrams has always been an adventurous person. And I would say, Abrams, I could have never fathomed dropping out of school so I can take care of myself. They don't teach that kind of stuff, man. But Abrams has always just been an adventurous person. He would just step out. I don't know what faith Abrams is dealing with, but he would step. But you know what I told him soon? I said, Abrams, I wish I had a little bit more than that, what he has. I wish I had a little bit. We are all able to say it. We're taught to just get enough to take care of yourself. That's what we've been taught. I got enough. I can take care of myself. I'm good. And it's just not a nation mindset. You know what I'm saying? So that's what has been taught to us. And guess what? It's crippled us as a people. Because this is the thing. If there will always be some less fortunate among you, well, if I only got enough for my family, I'm sorry. What you want me to do? I only went out there and picked enough for me and my family. Well, there's going to be some that's among you that may be a little less. But if I only got enough for me and my house, that's for me and my house. You know what I'm saying? So just thinking more of that nation mindset. You know, y'all know me, and it's probably going to always be me. I'm going to always put polygyny in there because it's just needed in our communities. But is it needed to the place that we just go out and ravish it? No, because any woman is just not coming in the house. So your credentials have to be, you got to have a hell of a resume. You see what I'm saying? No, I mean, and y'all, as we begin to raise our daughters, they should have a hell of a resume. As we begin to raise our sons, they should have a hell of a resume, y'all. You know? They shouldn't just be there. We just, man, I'm not paying you all them shuckers for somebody I got to raise. You know what I'm saying? That's no. You won't know. Your value is going to go down. You know what I'm saying? But when you can do X, Y, and Z and da-da-da-da-da, and like I say, y'all, it's going to flip. And we better be on the right wave of that thing before it flips. Because if it flips and you're on the wrong side of that wave, you know the right wave hits you now. It take you under and draw you back. It'll draw you. You don't catch that wave and jump in that ocean when you're supposed to jump now. Everybody's sitting there. Oh, there you go. You know what I'm saying? It'll draw you right under that, man. And before you know, when you come back up again, you miles from the earth. You know what I'm saying? So, man, listen. I wasn't able to get in my big truck this week and ride, but I enjoyed the conversations that I had this week. You know what I'm saying? Because when you sit still, you can enjoy them conversations a little bit more versus somebody done cut over in front of you. And now, you know what, man? Let me get off this phone with you because I got to pay attention to what's going on. My life is in danger right here. So I had a great week, man. I had a great week of just talking to different ones and going back and talking to my wives and just, and I love it, man. I love it. One thing I love about my wives, they're becoming more and more like Eve. The more they understand, I see them operating a certain way because something about understanding it. The more you understand something, it just begins to you know, that train just began to just choo, 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 choo. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, boy, this just, you know, I ain't got them to the far fast yet, but it you know what I'm saying? But you can just see it, man. And then I just said to myself, what if we just keep building in the next family, and the next one, and the next one, and that understanding and that motive, just to want to just, man, I just see it, man. I hear what the brothers are saying. I'll be on these different calls with them and what they're saying. I said, when they asked me to say something, I said, y'all, at the end of the day, I'm just ready to start working. I mean, I know what we're saying. I'm ready to get up and do something. You know, so just, I wanted to say, I'm just a worker. Just tell me what to do. Tell me where you want me at and what you want me to do, and let's get it done. So with that, I say all praise to the Almighty. Y'all, service in the hand of Captain Uzziah at this time.
I told y'all from the great words. As I'm sitting there listening, I forgot what Morgan said, but I know all of it always kind of ties back into, as we always say, mindset. It's always the mindset of things that you're dealing with. I've been looking at several different things this week, and whether it's like Chef said, polygyny, or money, or righteousness, all these different things. You have the knowledge, you have the understanding, and then you put application to it. And that's what's supposed to now transform you. But if you can't transform that mindset to say, well, no, I got to shift from looking at this way. You're stuck. You know, you can't move forward. So it definitely starts with that mindset. As I begin to get the knowledge that Chef said here and talk to everybody today, I begin to understand it. Let me shift my mindset so I can move the right direction.
Hallelujah.
So, I'm not a man of many words, y'all know. So we're going to get right into it. Genesis 18, starting at verse 1. Whoever would like to get into the Hebrew today? How many verses would you like? First 2 verses. So it reads, and Yah appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day, and lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him, and when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground.
Wayra, Allow, Yawa, the Elome, Mamre, Wahim, Yusuf, Petah, Halhel, Kekron, Hayom. Waisa, Anal, Wayar, Wahine, Shosha, Anasim, Nasabi, Allow, Wayar, Wayaretz, Likatam, Mekatag, Halhel, Wayistahim, Arza.
So they'll give a round of applause. And if anyone would like to, like I said, go do is point out something that stands out to them, some words that might stand out, or any understanding they get from it, you're free to do so.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you, like I always say in my house, I'm not gonna force anybody to do anything. You gotta take that step to say, well, look,
Okay.
this is what I wanna do. If you want to point out, say, hey, I saw this and this that I saw. So,
Sister Terry.
yeah, if anybody would like to, yes,
Ma'am.
In the first, let me see, I'm thinking of a memory, which
first
is
or second verse.
it's the first verse.
Okay.
I guess it's talking describing the plains of memory.
Mhm.
The M in front of it, that's the preposition in.
Mamre?
But that's the name of it. Okay,
That's the name of
okay,
it.
that's the name of it.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna find something. Okay, the Patah. So that's like Patah. It's like facing something. Patah, in front of.
Remember, too, if I look around them, I'm going to go and look at the definition We got strong reference H6607. And we see the word door there, so it's gonna be like the opening or the
Right.
front of the tent door.
Yeah, it looks like the front of it. Okay.
So this is also, like I said, if y'all wanna look into it, it has opening, doorway, entrance, the gate, the entry. So Toby, you have a definition there for up the top. Remember, big vocabulary. Hold on for that.
I knew it. I was trying to find something I recognized.
All right, who got next? All right. Verses 3 and 4, reading English. And said, my master, now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray thee, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree.
Thank you. Go sit down. Yeah.
So you can start back over. I got distracted. Some of y'all from House of Dean coming here.
Hallelujah.
Let's do y'all, man. Some of y'all be present with your family.
Yes.
Y'all threw me off for a second. I messed up on the read. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
So we're going back to verse 3. We're going to point something out.
The first word is where. The word is in, and there, I'm not, it's head, so where is, and he said. And he said it, I deny, so my word.
We have Carmel. Give her a round of applause. So I have a question for everyone. I was looking at it earlier. If I'm correct, I would normally say why you're married or why you're marred. Most times you see why you're what? So I want to know why is it why you're marred? What's the difference between why you're marred and why you're married? So there's an understanding? No, still pretty much the same? Okay. I was curious because I saw that something different than what we want to see. So he said just condemnation, doesn't change the understanding. So just like she said, walk and yo, the yo, third person masculine, Amar is the root, said or say, and be said. So Tokyo, who wants to get a couple more verses? We have verse 5. While y'all thinking, I'll read verse 5. So verse 5, and I will fetch a morsel of bread and comfort you your hearts. After that you shall pass on, for therefore are you come to your servant. And they said, so do as I have said. I'm rusty, y'all. I'm used to y'all reading. Let me give us a shot. With Ekka, pot, lechem, with Sa'adu, Likem, Akal, Ta'abo, Keith, all, King, Berton, Tim, all, say again, Abdekim, sleep out. I confused those two Shawaras. While you're there, where your Beru, King, sleep out. Wayomru, told you on recipe. Wayomru, King, Ta'asher, Ka'asher, De Barta, De Barta. Man, I'm strong. Give me a round of applause. I'm gonna go easy. Like him, bread. Look at this, hey, we taking steps here. How many verses you like? One verse. Verse 6 reads, and Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah and said, make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon thy hearth.
Why am I here? Abraham, Tyra, Sarah, why am there? Nahari, Salos, Jain, Hama, Select, Loshi, Weashi, Agot.
So Bill, give her a round of applause. Verses 7 and 8. Oh, so So in English it reads, and Abraham ran into the herd and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hasted to dress it. And he took butter and milk and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat.
Well, maintain L Honor my hair.
Verse 8. Round of applause.
Cup, Ham off, Wekalab, Ubang, Habakar, Asher, Asa, Waitain, Lefnehim, Lehu, I'm sorry, Wehu, Umad, Omed, Elehim, Takat, Ha'atz, Weyokelu,
Tomato. Why you kidding? Tomato. Round of applause. All right, y'all got a few more. Verses 9 to 15. What would you like? 2 verses. Verses 9 and 10 reads, and they said unto him, where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it, and the tent door which was behind them. Tomato, give a round of applause. Doing great. So, we're at verse 11, sleep up. Verses 11 to 15 left.
Question: when she said La Sarah, is it because it's your wife?
So I know the longest normally is like 2 or 4, so I might be like 2 Sarah. So like you said, you see certain prepositions, you'll know if I see a longest, it'll be 2 or 4. If I see a min, it might be like from, a bit,
Okay.
away. So certain things certain patterns you'll see over and over.
Also, you want
What do you like, Jordan?
read.
Three? Don't mess with me. Don't do what you like. 2. Verses 11 and 12. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure? My master being old also?
وأبراهام وشراء جكونين بعين كدار وحدود ولهئوت ويشارع ويشارع وكناشين. Watseka, Shara, Bekorba, Lemor, Akre, Beloti, Hayata, Lee, Edina, Wadoni, Japan.
The Lord is going to round the applause. Very good. Very good. Verses 13, 14, and 15. So, okay. Oh, you coming up? Okay, good.
Oh, yeah, somebody else?
Oh, no. Anybody else want to go before? The very good, you know, she normally finishes off.
She's the finisher.
Oh. Sister Madeline says she'll do it. And I was about to say, y'all don't forget, y'all could easily say throughout the week, I'm gonna study this one, and I'm gonna come back and say, well, hey, you can't hold on these ones right here. That way you got plenty of time to look at it. You can put the total portion read on Google, and it tells what the portion is for that week, and you can go through and study which one you want to study. So verse 13, it says, Yah said unto Abraham, wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I of a surety bear a child which am old?
Wayamir Yahweh El Abraham Lama Zes Sahaka Sawa Lemor Ha'at Unam Eled Wa'ani Zakanti.
I don't know why she didn't read this. You might as well.
Trying to take your spot, man.
So verse 14, is anything too hard for Yah? At the time of Hunab, and so on to do, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. My will.
Hayipeli Yahweh Debar Lamoed Asub Eleka Kaet Haya Ulesawa Ben.
I got long. I was looking like, she like, listen, bro, she said that already. Got somebody, look. It's time to go to second grade, I'm gonna stop being angry. I don't do my part. I'm a first grade teacher. I'm going to second grade, we're going to get the second grade teacher. You want to finish us off?
Come on, compare.
And I know not know if you want to. You want to read 4 or 5 or 6. You just do what you want once you get up here. How many would you like? We can easily go past 15. All right. We'll do 3 for Gabari. We ain't going to break our custom that we created. We're just going to go ahead and run right into that thing. So I'm going to read 15, 16, and 17. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, Nay, but thou didst laugh. Then a man rose up from thence and looked towards Sodom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And Yah said, shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Vate Kakesh Zara Lemor Lo Sakati Ki Yarea Wayomer Loki Sakat Wayakumu Misham Ha'anashim Vayashkifu Al Pidei Sedom Ve Abraham Holech Imam Leshalach Ham Wayahuah Amar Hamek Aseh Ani Me Abraham Asher Ani Oseh.
Wow.
Hallelujah.
Good, give me a round of applause. Very good job. Like I said, these are good past 15. Anytime y'all watch, look throughout the week. And y'all can see the message and say, hey, I want to give you 1, 2, 3 verses. If anybody's still not comfortable reading, I'm the first grade teacher of Hebrew, and I'll be the one that help you learn. I do family classes, I just charge $1,000 there.
Want you to buy it.
First day, you know, one day you good, though. I got to take a week. Sure, man. You have something? Oh, I thought you pointed it something, my bad. Did anybody want to say anything before we dismiss this out of class? I just got some news we're gonna find was true. But anybody have anything to share their great week? So that y'all again for us. I'll be being in the household.
Hallelujah.
So y'all for safe travel, so that y'all for safe delivery. Anybody got anything? Going once, going twice. All the class is dismissed. And the move on God. Is that shit was the teacher for the day? No, I'm not lying. That's why I said we're gonna see the truth. I'm gonna pass it on over there. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Y'all let's give solid class a hand. Thank you, y'all. Everybody hand. Front. Our honorable Captain Isaiah and the honorable
Right.
General Abrams. We're gonna hand the mic on over to these brothers. I told them in the back there, I said, I am a teacher behind teachers. That's what I do. When they start teaching, then I teach. So we say told out y'all for everything. Everyone had a great week. Once again, our brother Alvin is back with us, coming in strong. Hallelujah. So I'm excited. Listen, I love how Cap and the fellas, they say it all the time. We're just gonna sit back like we're sitting in our living room, and we're gonna have a discussion. Okay. We're gonna sit and discuss some things. We're gonna talk about some things, and we're gonna get on one accord, and we're gonna move forward. One thing that I love when we talk about things, Kaveri, is after we talk about them, Abrams, we just gotta go do it.
Yeah, right. That's right.
You know what I'm saying? This is what we're gonna talk about, and this is what we agree on. Now we just go and do it. So I'm excited about that part. I'm excited about that. So as I was stating earlier, and I'm gonna pass the mic, this thing is gonna eventually flip on us, Sister Terry. When it flip, we better be ready for the flip. You know, we gotta be ready. This is what's gonna help the nation of Israel begin to move forward far fast. Right, Cap? It's gonna help us move forward far fast. So in every aspect that it takes for us to gather, we gotta be willing to do it. See what I'm saying? And until we stop thinking about certain things on the negative side of things, we'll never move far. We'll never move. Because we're always looking at it from a negative standpoint. Because what the Most High gave us, it was all to make us better, right? You know, with the understanding that he gave us, everything was to make us a better people. What Moshe gave to the children of Israel, it was there to make us a better people. It was bringing us from under a certain mindset that we was under, right? We was under a certain mindset when we was in captivity down in Egypt. So when we begin to do this and get an understanding, it causes us to be able to move now. It causes families to be able to grow strong now. But what happened is you take that information, and when you take that information, now you look at the nation of Israel as a whole, and you see what has happened to us. Because the information that was given to us that was good, we tainted it, and now look at where we at. So basically what we're doing, I can say here in Shiloh, is we're taking this information and we're putting it back in its perspective place, and you're gonna see it actually produces, man. It actually produces, you know what I'm saying? Once again, I love talking about polygyny, because polygyny is something that I remember years ago that Elder began to show me and teach it to me. And I don't know whether he understood it or not, Angela, but you don't come and tell me something and we don't go put it to use. You know, man, I hear what you're saying, you know, but how do we know this thing here really works, you know, a certain way unless we get up and go do it? So that's where we at as a people now, y'all. We keep saying what works, but we're not getting up and doing it. You know, we keep saying, well, if you know we all come together, we can get X, Y, and Z, but we're not coming together.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? We all understand that you have to keep the wickedness and the evil from among us, but nobody is doing it. We just are still allowing it.
Right.
So we actually go and do what we say that works, and then let's see what it's going to produce for us. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing that's so far that I see and understand that it actually works and it produces itself. You know, the more you build your family, the more you're able to move and operate a certain way, you're going to see it. It actually works. I'm telling you from my little bit of experience that it actually works when you move a certain way. So I say this again to the mothers and the fathers. I challenge y'all to have y'all children ready for the next step of their reality. I'm telling y'all, I think it's a bad thing if I look at a young woman that's 25 years old and I'm like, you know, because she really can't offer you nothing. She really can't do nothing. She can't cook 3 meals a day. She can't even speak sound wisdom to you. She can't really help her husband. You know what I'm saying? So we have to do a better job of getting our children ready. You see my son, he can't do nothing. He can't take care, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't offer that to one another in time when we're building one another house and we're helping to do certain things. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
We need you to sit down and get comfortable.
Oh,
While you're teaching.
yeah. I'm used to standing up.
Sit down.
I'm used to standing up. So, but anyways, when we begin to understand those type of concepts, y'all, it allows Israel to grow at a very fast pace because we're so far behind. When I talk about polygyny, I don't talk about it from an intimate standpoint, because when that's done, what's next? You know, just gotta be more. It just gotta be more. So that's my, I don't know why the fellas wanted me to go back over it again.
I have a question, Shel. Shel, we keep saying that polygyny is needed for the future. It's going to cause us to be able to move and go far fast. Could you elaborate a little more, especially as a man that's in polygyny successfully, your mindset behind what polygyny will do for the future of Israel?
So what polygyny is going to do for us, and I'm not even going to say in the future, I'm going to say now.
Go ahead.
What it does for us now, it shores up our community almost overnight. As we understand the statistics, 70% of our homes are being raised by single black mothers. That shouldn't be, because most of those mothers that you will go to, they'll tell you that I'm a good woman. You know what I'm saying? So what's going to happen until we actually care about our community and our nation? That's what's going to help shore it up. Because all of us men in here will say there are a shortage of good, righteous men. All of us going to say it. What are you going to do about it, though? You telling me that, Abrams. You telling me that, Cap. But what you going to do about it? You know? I understand that. What you going to do about it? But one thing that we can do is we have to now begin to go back and teach polygyny properly so that we can help shore up our communities. That's what's going to sure it up. That's what's going to get a lot more people on one accord, because you have that one man that's dealing with 4, 5, 6, or 7 wives. You got a hell of a one of accord right there. You see what I'm saying? So that's what's going to help shore up our communities almost overnight.
Turn off for that, Hockey. Chef always likes to push me when I don't feel like going. I'm about to push him. I got plenty of questions.
Okay, go ahead. I got
So
some answers.
you made mention of lack of care for the nation or for the people.
Okay.
But by not accepting polygyny, if I can put that in words,
Okay.
could you elaborate on what you mean by that?
All right, so there is a lack of concern for your fellow sister if we understand polygyny the way that we understand polygyny. See what I'm saying?
Right.
Because if a woman sees another woman and you know that this woman could be of an assistant not only to your house, but it could help her.
Okay.
Think about it. Just put yourself in her shoes.
Okay.
And think about, why wouldn't you want her to have a good husband or someone to be guiding and leading her in a certain way? So what has happened in our nations is we're all for self. So most of the women now are going to be more for self. Well, I got my husband. I'm good. But when you don't really care about us as a nation of people,
Right.
all you say is, well, I got my man, I'm good.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You don't really care about the other 70%.
Right.
That's right.
So when women begin to understand how to help build and bring our nation together, we move far fast.
That's right.
You know? So not to be in such the mindset of, oh, my husband gotta have 7 or 8 wives. Nah. Just for that woman being able to come to your husband to get certain advice.
Right.
Or get certain understanding. And now that she's okay with staying kind of close to Abrams, because I talk to Abrams a lot, or this, that, and that. You see what I'm saying? That helps. That automatically right there helps the nation of Israel. But what happens is, when we start going down certain roads, our mindset automatically goes to, oh, he just trying to, So when women really understand what helps bring the nation of Israel together, a lot of times it's going to be your husband. You know, because you see your husband as a righteous man. Every righteous man is going to help bring Israel together with the understanding that we have. That's what all righteous men did. Every time the Most High sent them out, they always sent them to Israel, not to just his family. Nation mindset. So we have to get our women having a nation mindset, not only the men, you know. We have to get our women, our children, we have to get everybody having a nation mindset.
I agree with you totally. This is country song. And the lady says, she talked about how good her husband is. And she said, I got one of the good ones, and he's all mine. And she's sitting there bragging about it. So I totally understand. So now explain this to me. Tell me what's your understanding, or what's your perception of why polygyny is not going forth as much as it should be.
So, well, that's a lot of answers for that one.
Look, you teach me that all day.
So one of the reasons why polygyny is not going forth the way it should be going forth is because we are miseducated people. We have not been educated properly on what is our culture and what actually builds us as a community or families. You know, we don't really fully understand how to even build our families. So basically, the bottom line is we are miseducated when it comes to polygyny. And also, once again, when you get certain information and you have tainted the information, now you have so many people looking like, nah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be in that, because we tainted it so bad. It's no other, I give you an example. It's kind of like saying I'm an Israelite. It's been tainted so bad. I don't want to subscribe being an Israelite because it's been tainted so bad. So what it is we have to, everything that the Most High has given us and how He's given us, we have to bring it back into His perspective, and then it will begin to produce. The reason it's not producing is because it's been tainted so much. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, I believe, like I said, it's a lot of answers that you can give, because some answers can be that you have certain men that's willing to do polygyny, but then their wives won't let them do polygyny. Well, now you already got a messed up household because the wife is controlling when you're going to operate in polygyny. So therefore, that's another reason why. Got a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, let's ask the question before you go too far.
Go far fast.
So with the miseducation or the lack thereof, would you say it's the man or the woman's fault that polygyny is not going forward, or is it both? Or how would you explain that? How would you get that man or that woman's mindset there? You said it's a lack of education.
Right.
What kind of education or what kind of advice would you give someone?
I would say it's always, I would start at the top. I would say it's the man. You know, it is his job to get in and teach his household. And then it's the woman that builds the house. So once I give my wives the understanding of certain things, they're going to go out and make it happen. See what I'm saying? Now that I've talked to my wives about certain things, my wives understand if they see a certain type of woman that's a certain way, they're going to be like, EO said that. They're going to be looking at one another like, see, should I approach or should you approach? They're going to go and build a house now. See what I'm saying? He goes in, he sets the understanding, he sets everything, and she will build the house. Not saying that he won't go and pursue another woman, but even in him pursuing, they have good understanding. You see what I'm saying? So now everything is still operating and is moving a certain type of way.
And I agree. Like you said, the same order, the comparison I always make is Yah for the children of Israel. Yah gives the understanding and says, well, look, this is what you're going to do to build my name. And Israel is to carry it out. So I definitely see that same pattern when it came down to polygyny. To the point of, it's almost like Yah divorced Israel, a certain portion of them, and said, well, look, I'm going to divorce y'all. Y'all not going to go forward with me. Y'all not going to the land. Right. But y'all are going to move forward with me. Turn around, vote the same covenant. Well, look, I'm going to divorce y'all now. But I was a husband unto you. Right. I'm going to have to come with this setback. So just like you said, God's like, look, if you're not going to build my name, this is what I'm going to have to do with you. It's the same thing naturally compared to spiritually. What we see with understanding the Most High.
Okay. Good point. Let me stop you there. Good point, because once again, that's the miseducation. The wives are not educated on how they're supposed to be building. See what I'm saying? They don't really know what they're still in this minds. They're still in this Roman Greek mindset. So now you have women or wives sitting around and they're not doing nothing because the man has not educated them properly on how to begin to build the house. So whenever you hear things, or you may hear, I've heard men say, well, my wife ain't ready yet. Well, whose fault is that? That gotta be the man's fault. How your wife not ready or don't have a certain, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? So your house have to be ready for where you're going. You know what I'm saying? So you have to now begin to teach diligently and give the understanding. Because once again, I always say, if your wife view you as a righteous man, she's going to understand. Like, I ain't trying to pull no wool over your eyes. I'm giving you an understanding of X, Y, and Z. But once again, like for example, I was talking to the young brother and the lady, and I was telling them, I said, one thing about my wives, they know that I don't chase a skirt tail. So they know that I have done due diligence in why I want to bring this woman. Because I'm just not chasing a skirt tail. But when your wives believe in you and understand you from that aspect, that train just keep moving. You see what I'm saying? It keeps moving, but if they side out like, he just, I see it, because I see how she dressed. I know that what he like. I know. You see what I'm saying? So whenever your wife's mindset automatically goes there, something else gotta, I'm pretty good, because I've told my wife, I've proven to them who I am and what I am. So it's no doubt in their minds that I'm not just doing something just to be doing it. Because I always say, when it comes to polygyny, you playing with people's lives, man. I was just telling Cap back there, you talking about you want to be a leader and you want people following you? I say, Cap, I'm afraid to start messing up people's lives. You better know what you're doing. You got people following and listening to you. You better know what you're doing, man. You're gonna go out here, and Abel's gonna go out here and build a business, and he got workers. And they looking for that thing, and Abel's don't know what you, man. You messing up these people's lives, man. I can't. My heart just won't let me do that. So,
and just to throw a joke in there. I don't think we got any more questions. I was trying to build some more questions. We'll get you next go around. But Kevin on stage had a little skit. He was saying, I don't know the name of the show. Was it Sister Wives or something? The guy had like 3, 4, 5 wives. And he was saying, if this isn't the best advertisement for monogamy, because like you said, this guy don't, like you said, he don't know what he's doing. Right. He said, you go to one house, she mad at you. You go to the next one, she mad at you. Talk about, I could just mess up one woman's life. I had to have all 4 of y'all mad at me. So I think that's all the question we got for you. Just end on a funny note. Oh, never mind. We got Ezra Scribe. We're gonna see what I think we're about to jump into the second half of the class. We pass with Michael.
No, you was making some good points. And if you look at it, it's just like building a nation. As Cap said, you set the head there, and then you have those that pass that instruction down, and now everybody's on one accord. So that means everybody that they talk to, they get them on the same accord. Everyone they talk to, and it's a trickle effect. And they say the best way to get word out, we say social media or word of mouth, is the best way to get it out, because you're getting it, firsthand. Eo said building a house, and in the Torah portion, this is a question to everybody. So y'all can throw it back at Eo. So he was saying building a house, looking to build your house. And as women, would y'all agree that Sarah did something good? Or did she do something wrong by bringing Hagar into fulfill? Let's look at Genesis 21. Yeah, Genesis 21. In the Torah portion, just to go along with what Eo was saying. Oh, wait a minute, it's not 20. Let's go to 20. Let's just go to 18. Then we're going to throw back a year. Praises to the Most High.
Genesis 18. Genesis 18:1. And Yah appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. Right. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground. Right. And said, My master, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch you a morsel of bread, and comfort you your hearts. After that you shall pass on. For therefore you come to your servant. And they said, So do as thou hast said. And Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah, and said, Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the earth. And Abraham ran into the herd, and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hasted to dress it. Right. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them, and he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. I just want to throw this in here. You see this young man went in, hasted to dress this and prepared. Chef, I could be a personal chef in the house. You put that servant on.
Right.
I let you know you're ready. Verse 10. Verse 9, and they said unto him, where is Sarah thy wife? And he said, behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my master being old also?
Right.
And Yah said unto Abraham, wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I of a surety bear a child which am old? Is anything too hard for Yah? At the time appointed, I will return unto thee according to the time of life,
Right.
and Sarah shall have a son. Then Sarah denied, saying, I laughed not, for she was afraid. And he said, nay, for thou didst laugh. And
Sarah was afraid because it said she laughed within.
Mm.
You understand? If somebody, if you're doing something inside of you, nobody sees or hears that. So it's like, how did you know what I said or what I did when I did it on the inside? You know? So she's like, what? What's going on? Right,
And the men rose up from thence and looked towards Sodom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And Yah said, shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do, seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children in his household after him, and they shall keep the way of Yah to do justice and judgment, that Yah may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him. And Yah said, because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is coming to me, and if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence and went toward Sodom, while Abraham stood yet before Yah. And Abraham drew near and said, wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Peradventure there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked, that be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And Yah said, if I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Yah, which am but dust and ashes. Peradventure there lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Will thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, if I find therein 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spake unto him yet again and said, peradventure there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said unto him, O let not Yah be angry, and I will speak. Peradventure there shall 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Yah. Peradventure there shall be 20 found there.
Right.
And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, O let not Yah be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Peradventure 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And Yah went his way, as soon as he had left communion with Abraham, and Abraham returned into his place. Chapter 19, verse 1. And there came 2 angels of Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, behold now, my masters, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet. You shall rise up early and go on your ways. And they said, nay, for we will abide in the street all night. And he pressed upon them greatly. And they turned in unto him, and he entered into his house, and he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot and said unto him, where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold, now I have 2 daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this is one fellow came into sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now we will deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door, and shut to the door. Verse 11. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, hast thou there any besides, son-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxed great before Yah, before the face of Yah. And Yah have set us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spake unto his son-in-laws, which married his daughters, and said, up, get you out of this place, for Yah will destroy this city. So, but he seemed as one that mocked into his son-in-laws. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, and Yah being merciful unto him, and they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain, escape to the mountain, lest I be consumed. And Lot said unto them, O not so, my master, behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast shown unto me, and saved my life, and I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and there is a little one. O let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. And he said unto him, see, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for the which thou hast spoken. Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou be come thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Zor. The sun was risen upon the earth, and Lot entered into Zor. Then Yah rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from Yah out of heaven.
Told, and we know as the story goes on what happens. We're not going to read every piece of it on through.
I just want to say, y'all, it was much easier reading for Shell. Well, my lips are chapped. Go ahead.
We're going to bring it up and up because it's a story that, we've heard often. Some of us probably read it during the week. So the particulars we're not going to go into. We're going to jump over to verse 21, or chapter 21. And then we'll jump back to 16 and read a little bit there. So let's go to Genesis 21.
Genesis 21, starting at verse 1. And Yah visited Sarah as he had said, and Yah did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which Yah had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare to him, Isaac.
All right, so hold it right there. So now let's keep our point. We're about to hit verse 4 and 21. And let's read chapter 16 and 1.
Genesis chapter 16, verse 1. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children, and she had an handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, behold now, Yah hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her.
Now this is the question that is put forth. Sarai could not bear children at this point. And EO was speaking earlier about, the question was asked, a wise woman buildeth her house. So the question is posed, is Sarah wrong for having taken her maid in order for her to give children to Abraham? This woman, in other words, she looked at her household and she said, I cannot do this within my household. So in order for me to build it, this is what I have to do right here. So
well, what I was looking at is I was trying to see where we were in time. And this is not the time that Sarah instructed that this is going to happen by her. So I would not say that she's wrong. And what she's doing the wise thing in building her house. She understands that a covenant was made. And she's saying, well, look, this is about to happen to me. We saw later on when it was told to her, she was like, look, you could imagine her mindset is probably the same back then, saying, look, I'm waxing old. Saying that previously. So she said, well, look, let me try and go ahead and help this thing come to pass. So I would say no, based off of her not understanding that it's told to her. It's supposed to happen to her every time.
Cain. Anyone else? Was he wrong? Eob said earlier, building the house. Now this is the thing. He put something out there too. He said it's going to take, he said the younger generation, they're going to catch it. And then they're going to move forward. He said, just as they did in past time. So I don't know if the older women who hear these types of things are going to let it be true and don't speak to these things. They have to see if Eob is correct in these things. Or do we look at Sarah because she's an older woman? Right? So this older woman, so we have a conflict here. We put a conflict on Eob. So this older woman looks and says, 10 years have passed and there's nothing that has happened. I'm going to take this woman and present her to my husband. Because what? 10 years passed in the land. Let's keep reading. Read verse 3. 16 and 3.
Genesis 16 and 3. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, my wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid into thy bosom.
So is she saying this because she's an older woman? Saying, man, I've made a mistake. How did I let this young woman come in my house and have a baby? So in my mind, the baby's here. It's arrived like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why did I allow this to happen? I went here just to go a little bit on what Eob said because he was speaking on a mindset. He was speaking on the mindset of things and changing the way that we think in order to move forward. And because we're speaking of Sarah in 21 and the story's going to go on, the question just comes to mind. Did she make a mistake or didn't she? Is she wrong, Abrams, for looking in her household and wanting her household to be built? Or looking at her husband? We got a hand in the back from the house of Eob. Let's get a mic back there.
Before Sister Zakia answer, it was something, she may say what I'm about to say because Eob said it this morning. Eob said to his family, he said that he was sitting in the office this week and he began to look around. He's like, man, I need to do something with this place. And this week, guess what Sister Zakia did?
Come on now.
She posted on Facebook about renting that place. Eob said the vision, what he needed. She said, you know what? I can't rent this place. So I'm gonna find someone that can rent this place. When Zakia put that ad up, she didn't say men only. So a woman can rent that place. But at the end of the day, the vision that EO has for that building is still being fulfilled. She ain't saying, oh no, I only want a man to rent this place. Oh no, the women might want to rent this place and they might be at my house. That wasn't her thought. The vision needs to be fulfilled. And whatever I can do to help push the vision and make it happen, that's what I'm gonna do. So the question that Ezra asked, Sister Zakia actually did that this week. On another scenario, she did the exact same thing that Sarah did. So now we want to pass the mic to Sister Zakia.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah, we had a conversation about a female renting a place. Just because that's just EO, you know. And we have our jokes.
You're right.
You know, we do have our jokes, but while I was in the kitchen, I was trying to listen. When you know your husband, you can have those jokes.
Okay.
But it's a thing of like, I trust you. Okay. You know. So that's not really, and no, I'm not coming to the warehouse all of a sudden more, you know, than I have been. We don't have time for that. You know, so, but back to Sarah.
Right.
Based off of what was told to them, and she took it into her own hands on that line. She didn't really trust that the Most High knew what was to come to me. But once she took it into her own hands, and she knew, first of all, as a woman, and you see that your husband doesn't have any children, you're not giving him any children, you're unable to. Internally, we do feel some type of way. You know, internally, we do feel like that. I'm holding him up, or you know, he doesn't have this, and it's important. You know, something that's seen as important. So internally, she probably geared herself up to say, you know, let me do this X, Y, and Z, and then when it actually hit, that's a whole nother level of changing your mindset and having an understanding of the purpose, you know. But there was something going on between Sarah and Hagar, and it's also a thing of being mindful. You know, I wasn't there, but there are times when women start feeling themselves like, I was able to do this, you wasn't, you know. Wow. And it's a thing of, like I said, being mindful, because she brought you to her husband. She considered all of that to build that house. Okay. So now it's a humbling thing as well. Not that well, actually that she was also her handmaid. But it's just a humbling place to be in, you know, because you don't want it to intentionally cause her to feel all those things. And as women, we know each other, you know. But I feel kind of, she took it into her own hands on one side, and then she did what she had to do on the other. But at the end of the day, the Most High knew who we were going to come through. So.
Hallelujah. Tov Mayo.
Yes.
Tov Mayo, great words. And listen, I'm telling you that the more and more this conversation, as Eo talks about it, because it's been a while since we really just talked about this.
Oh, yeah.
The more and more it becomes more common amongst us, the easier it is for those transitions to keep going. And for us to begin to build more and more and more. You understand? Because as you have those righteous heads, as you hear, that's encouraging. it's encouraging to hear from a man's household from his a different wife than you used to.
Right.
Talking a certain manner. It's encouraging whether you believe it or not. You know, even though people may look at it and say, "No, I can't do it," they're encouraged. Trust me, people are encouraged by that, man, when they can hear that type of talk going on. And the more you hear it, just keep going, just keep doing it, you know. But great. But like she said, all right, Sarah took these things into her own hand because the son was promised to Abraham. You understand? When you read those Torah portions, you go back into the 15th chapter, you see that the son is promised to him. And then you get over to 16 and you see she's been barren though, Abram. So she's like, here, take my maid. We're not gonna go through it. She gets angry. Do what you will with your maid, send her away. She's found, she's brought back. You understand? And everything is operating at a certain capacity.
Right.
But again, the thing is she goes and she says, take her. Because I see that I can't fulfill this at this moment. You understand? There's nothing that I can do. And then when she even heard, as we read in 18, listen, you're going to have, but the seed that we're talking about, the son that came, when I came to you in this vision in 15, Sarah's going to be the one. Abraham says, no, take Ishmael, because he laughed too. He was like, what?
Right.
You know, well, what's going on? Let's read that 17 and 15.
Genesis 17 and 15. And Yah said unto Abraham, as for Sarai thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her.
So it changed from my princess to princess. Sarai to Sarah. Go ahead.
Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear? Abraham said unto Yah, oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. And Yah said, Sarah thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him, right, for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. Right. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. Right. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac.
Right. So the covenant that he wants. Oh, go ahead, Captain.
Which Sarah shall bear.
Which Sarah shall bear. But the thought, this is the thought that goes forth though. She knew that she hadn't borne him children after 10 years within the land. You see what I'm saying? And her thought process was, hold on. We gotta go to 15. Read 15, 1 and 2. We just grabbing these pieces by pieces as we build in our story. What we had.
Genesis chapter 15, verses 1 and 2. After these things, the word of Yah came unto Abram in a vision, saying, fear not, Abram, I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Yah, what wilt thou give me, seeing I have no child?
He says, I'm childless.
And the steward of my house is this Eleazar of Damascus.
Right?
And Abram said, behold, to me thou hast given no seed.
Right?
And lo, one born of my house is mine heir.
Right? So Abraham was fine. Look at the spirit of Abraham though. Because he was talking about the men, right? So the spirit of Abraham, he's like, listen, it don't necessarily have to come from me. You understand?
Right.
But let me leave it to somebody.
Right.
There's someone in my household. So even when you're looking at the spirit of Abraham, he was just like, man, let's just pass it down and keep it going, man.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
But it was, the Most High's word to him, no, it's going to come through you and Sarah. It's going to be your seed, and she's going to be the one to bear it. Although she takes those steps, and her mindset is, I'm going to do this for my husband. You understand? Because there's nothing that I can do right now. So what? We're moving forward. At least they moved, right?
Right.
It wasn't stagnant.
Right.
All right, so now let's go back to 21. Sarah gave Hagar. And then she went back and she was like, oh my goodness. What she built, or she was looking to build her house. Do we believe that that type of thing still exists within our nation? We believe that that mindset is there within our nation in order to look within yourself and say, these are things that needs to be produced or I want to produce. Does it exist in our nation? So that mindset, I'm gonna answer it like this. That mindset is only a sprinkle, very small in Israel.
Can you repeat it? I'm sorry, I wasn't in the kitchen. What exactly is the mindset?
Gotcha. So, synopsis. So, Sarah, after being barren, right, offers Hagar to Abraham. The question is, does that mindset of her looking and saying, I can't produce this, or I haven't produced this within the span of time, and then offering her to him? Oh, that's it? Is it?
I'm pretty sure it does.
Barry says she's pretty sure it does. Cain, I think it's just a small sample size that is in Israel that with that mindset. And I would say because of if that mindset is, well, it's hard because we manipulated so much of, wife, why you should do this, knowing that you have a different agenda behind it. You see what I'm saying? So when you answer that question, sometimes it kind of depends on what type of men is actually around at the time, right, pushing this type of, because everything now can be twisted and manipulated so much. And from just previous conversations talking to certain women that has grown up around this thing, that mindset has been pushed on them to twist it a little bit for the men to have, their little, so, that agenda has been twisted. That's why but this mindset right here with Sarah, that's why I say it's just a small sample size with a man actually like, listen, babe, like once again, you don't get into something because you're curious. You do because you understand what you're doing. So a lot of the men now, they're just curious about polygyny and certain things, and that's why they do it. They don't have a full understanding of why we're doing what we're doing. So I say it's a small sample size.
Shabbat Shalom. So I believe that it's they're similar to what Eob said, but pretty much based on the exposure. So some women, because they haven't even understood Torah on that level, it wouldn't even come to their thoughts, right? I've been married to this man for 20 years and we never had any children. He's wanted children. It didn't even dawn on her. You know what? That young sister that I caught him cheating with 15 years. You know what? All that daughter that we saw that I caught him looking at the mall, I might have should have said something. I made it humorous because a lot of times people really don't even process it on that level if they have not been exposed to it. So most is even coming from the way we've learned, he's your possession. So a lot of women, especially coming from from a Christian perspective, those women see a man as her possession. So I'm not sharing my possession. So when they go into that, that's the reason why I even use the word of cheating. Because they would see it from that perspective. Because in their minds, they have ownership of you. So a lot of people from that perspective, it wouldn't even dawn on them. They would be like, ain't no way I'm sharing. I run this portion. When in all actuality, when we got a better understanding of Torah,
Right.
we understand that there is a proper order. But when coming from that other side, that other lane of the book, it's a blurred line. And we need to clean it up.
Right.
Shalom.
And I just want to add in there, something very important. I thought Ezra mentioned. We saw Abraham's mindset of, well, look, even though I have a son, here's a man in my house. Just his mindset of, just like Shep said, let me take out that so-called intimacy, sex and time and all that stuff.
Right.
Look at his mindset. It wouldn't even set towards that. Even with the fact that his wife bringing that woman is looking like, hey, you know. Now, disclaimer, we understand polygyny is in other cultures as well. But with the culture of Israel, as we said, a nation mindset. So he had it set as, well, let me just pass it down to somebody I can keep this thing going.
Right.
To the point that also we get to with Isaiah 4, and talk about 7 women and 1 man. And you go back and you see the state that Israel is in. Not only is talking about these women, but it said, look, men will become, and they will become servants. And that's another way this can be passed down. So just that mindset of that man, as I said a minute ago, all these things that you say that sound right.
Right.
You can say all these facts about polygyny,
Right.
and they all sound right. What happens
Right.
is it becomes a custom now.
Okay.
It's just a custom that sounds good.
Right.
Like I said, other cultures have polygyny. That's fine. I'm not saying anything wrong with that.
Right.
But when we're looking at it from the fact of the nation of Israel, that's become a custom of this is the benefit, this, that, and this and that, and use it now, just like you said, to manipulate the women.
Yeah.
And you ain't even ready.
Right.
You want the man for the job.
Right.
But you know all the right things to say. Because
Right.
everybody's saying it now.
Right.
So it goes back to that mindset of that man. You know, when you're doing this, what's your mindset behind it? You have the Abraham mindset. Look, you know, I'm trying to take this further with the Most High has given me,
Right.
or I just want to do this. Look fun.
Right.
You know, I know the right things to say now, and I can manipulate that woman.
A lot of the mindset I think now is that it's the right of the man.
Okay.
Like that's pretty much Shabbat Shalom. That's pretty much where they come from, which they're not wrong, but that can't be it. But it's their right, as you know. And a lot of the manipulation is, well, you're thinking. They would say to women, you're thinking with a Western mindset, which you're not wrong about either. However, it's your right, but you're also thinking from a Western mindset.
Right.
Like you're approaching polygyny with a Western mindset as opposed to approaching polygyny from the actual Eastern mindset that you're accusing me, or not me, but women, you know, that, and that's sometimes the manipulation tactic that sometimes they don't even realize, like they're well-intentioned, and we know what we hear about the road, you know. We're well-intentioned, where that gets us sometimes, you know. So I think it's my right. That's what you get, you know. It's my right. I don't have to tell you anything. The book says that I can do it. I'm not doing anything wrong. So what's the problem? Why don't you get on board? Why don't you get it? Why don't you understand it? And a lot of women also internally have that struggle of maybe he's right. Why aren't I know this law? I understand the law. I accept everything else about the law. Why can't I get on board with this one thing? And I think when you get older and a little more understanding, you know, they say beyond everything, get understanding. When you get the understanding, you understand that it's how you're approaching it. If you want me to have an Eastern mindset, quote unquote, then your mindset should be not just saying it's Eastern, but you're approaching it from a Western mindset. And that sometimes is where, so you have two people that are striving to do this right, and the woman is going through this internal battle because she's like, something has to be wrong because I'm I want to serve you and I want to do this, but this, I just can't get on board with it. And then they feel less than, and then the man uses, and then it just ends up like a power struggle. So sometimes it's not all like intentional manipulation. Sometimes it's just, and then we've been victims to the curses and all the stuff that's happened to us for all these years. So men and women alike. So then you get into this and a man gets in his knowledge and he gets his, you're like, this is who I am, this is, and I'm this and I'm that. And, so now, and then my woman that says she understands this is not on board and she's not supporting me. And that sometimes can be, what I've seen,
Kane, Kaveri made a great point. And she was saying like that time, a lot of times when the men come with this, that there is something within that man that you can already pick up that he's not approaching in a certain way. Now, granted, there are a lot of women that you can just manipulate and they ask no questions. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of times, like for an example, when Ezra began to teach this and I began to understand it, it's not like tomorrow I said, well, hell. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes now that's when I didn't go far fast. But at the same time, I began to go and share this information with my wife. And in the beginning, I was telling my wife, that probably, I don't know if that's gonna hit us or not. But at the same time, we kept talking about it and talking about it and talk. And this is the thing I tell Rebecca all the time. I wish I knew what I knew now. We would have been even more better prepared by the time he came along. Right. Because we just learning as we go along. I understand the basis of it, but if me and Rebecca knew what we knew now, if y'all thought Z was on a silver platter, she would have been even more on a silver platter because of the understanding that I would have had behind certain things. So, Kane, I do agree with what Kaveri says. A lot of times you can kind of tell that these men are just coming from an angle. Because when you start asking them, why do you want another wife? Then most of the answers, I just want to have more children. Give me a little bit more than that. Because our forefathers understood why they were having children. A lot of times, y'all, when I got married to Rebecca years and years ago, having children was just a custom. That's what you're supposed to do when you get married. I didn't fully understand what the seed meant and what it was supposed to be, how it's supposed to produce. No, we were just having children because that was the cut. When you get married, you have children. I didn't fully understand. You see what I'm saying? So what it is, as again, most of those men are narcissists. They just sit and listen to something, and they know that I can use that to manipulate you. And a lot of them don't even fully understand the seed, that what it's talking about, and how your seed is supposed to be doing X, Y, and Z. But like you said, then now they have the women in this turmoil of, well, he is what he's saying he is right. He ain't wrong. He is privileged. But even just certain words that we're going to use today, for you to say, well, I'm just privileged and I can just go have as many wives as I want, something about that just don't sit right with me. You know what I'm saying? Because that be the case, you're going to go out here and just marry any woman. And I just don't think that's a very wise thing to do. No. Because even during slave time, they knew what to breed to get what they wanted. Yeah. So therefore, I'm looking at certain women and I know what's going to actually help me to become much better than where I'm at. So it's not a thing of like we said, well, he just, y'all privileged, y'all can just go out and get as many as. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute now. You not about to put that on me like that right there now. You not about to handle me like that right there. You just say that, no, I'm just, no. So, King, I agree with that.
I think we should give you a hand, everybody. He's doing good. So I'm gonna tell y'all some progress I found out about EO. I remember 4 years now, right? 3 years ago. No, we came down to New York. About 3 years ago, we used to have this conversation with us and the guys. Just the guys. We have our own private conversation. And EO, he'd be like, no, if this woman come at you and she need a husband, are you gonna take her? No, you got to take her. EO has progress. EO said this morning, I don't want no woman that ain't gonna help me build my kingdom. That's wisdom. Everybody give EO a hand. Hallelujah.
Hey, I used to be trying to pressure these men. He said, man, look at y'all, I'm telling you. So I used to try to put a little pressure on him. You're right about that. Told Mayo.
But you know what?
That was me going far fast without understanding. Told.
Oh, I remember. So, I love when, listen, I love when Barry talks because Barry says the things that people be thinking and don't want to say. So you don't be quiet. You think you always say what's on your mind, right? You be thinking it. And the thing I love about it is when I talk to my wife about polygyny and I tell her I might hear a man or a woman say certain things, and I tell her, I'm like, it sounds so robotish. Yeah, it sounds artificial. Well, I'm like, I ain't even listening to that. Nobody listening to that. No, I listen because, like I said, like it becomes so fake. So it's like that ain't gonna work. I heard a brother and sister talking, and he kept saying, "Yeah, this, that," and I don't even have to, cause and I can tell she's not with it. I can tell she's not with it, but she's trying to say all these facts, and I'm like, only thing you said was your husband told you. You don't understand it. You don't agree with it. You're just going with something, and that's gonna fall. Because like we say, it's not with a vision of building something, but it's just that man probably just wanted another woman. And like the bear said, I got this privilege of doing this. And now, like you can hear when you begin to understand, you look at it and say, nope, that's not gonna work. You know, you can't. I don't even know what to call it. Just don't do that. Be real, man. And like Chef said, educate yourselves, man. Begin to educate your wives and move forward. But don't just hear that thing and like you go far fast, and next thing you know, it ain't gonna be Sarah, it's gonna be that man said, boy, what have I done? Right. You laid the burden on me.
Hallelujah. This is Chachma, wisdom. This is wisdom. So, the Bear made a good point. She was saying that privilege, sometimes we see it as a privilege, and the mindset of Western, you have a Western mindset, you have to change the way that you're thinking. You understand? And I guess there is a hesitation in being a part of something because it's like, I don't know, it's the first time I'm doing everything else right. Why can't I get this one part right here? And the one good thing about Sarah is she knew the type of husband that she was with. She knew the type of man that she was dealing with, you know? And so, and as we're reading the story, we see Abraham's mindset isn't that of an Eastern mindset, right? So even the man's mindset is a little bit different. So, for example, when I started understanding that we was Israel, I didn't just talk about we're Israel, but I taught my wife from that point, this is our culture. So from the beginning up until now, the teaching continues. Whether that woman is there or not, because it's not the woman coming in, it is a mindset. You got me? If a woman never comes, your mindset should be like this. Why? Because if you run into someone who does polygyny, you have to be optimistic. You can't be like, oh, I can't never do that. You see what I'm saying? So not only, it doesn't have to be that you're practicing it. It's even when you deal with someone who's practicing it. You see what I'm saying? Your conversation now changes from, yeah, you're doing that, but I just don't know if I can.
That's right.
You see, but you understand now. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So it helps, not even if you don't get into it. So when you can actually see it being done, you're there, okay?
Right.
So my thing is, always, listen, every man that can do it. This is a question. Can every man do polygyny? Wait a minute, let me back it up. Can every man do monogamy? No. So I'm glad y'all said. So this is a question. If every man, so in other words, every man should be married.
Whoa, now. Y'all ain't got deep.
Every man is not built to be monogamous.
Every man.
That means every.
Oh, I got you.
You know.
So let me give a better question.
Yeah, that's what.
Can every man be married? Period. Should every man be married?
There you go.
Probably.
I heard some probably not. All right, let me give you a scenario. If a man beats this woman from the break of dawn to night, is this a man fit to be married? So this man abuses this woman. Would you say that this is a man that needs to be married? And he's just beating this woman up day and night. All right, so therefore, could polygyny also be because every man just can't have a wife? Just saying. Every man is not fit to be in a monogamous relationship. Correct?
But that doesn't mean that every man has to be in polygamous.
That doesn't mean every man has to be in a polygamous relationship. Okay, that's a good point. So now we got a couple things sitting out here. So men that aren't fit for monogamy because of their treatment towards women shouldn't be in any relationship. In other words, if all of us in here, adults, have a daughter, we don't want to give our daughter to a man that is going to beat her day and night. So therefore, Yavin, that would automatically opt every man out from marrying our daughters. So that means that man has to go somewhere else in order for him to even have a child. Because nobody's going to give their daughter to a man that's going to beat him up day and night.
So this is that's a very strong point. But this is actually a conversation I've had in the last few weeks with several of my coworkers. Of course, I'm dealing with people that understand things from this perspective. And the conversation has been around majority of our sisters are generally attracted to those men that are no good. Majority of our sisters are more attracted to the men that are mentally and physically and psychologically abusive. And they'll go out and get all used up and have all these children and be psychologically and mentally scarred. And then when they want to get settled, that good guy that they were shunning, they want him to come and he take her. And then they even have a mindset with all of that, after he takes her, I don't want any more children because I done had my children. So now you're whatever, 30, 31, 32, and you got 3 children from 4 men.
One of the kids got 2 days. Gotta do a DNA test. My point is, that's how they was rolling. So now you want them in. So a lot of sisters, sadly, and I understand me now, I don't condone that type of behavior. But that is, I asked a few sisters and their response to me, most of them said they like those men because those men offer levels of excitement. They like those men because those men, in all actuality, remind them of the toxic relationship that they saw their mothers in.
That's right.
But generally, it's because that man offers a certain excitement. And for those of us that has worked around and seen, that's kind of the norm. Daughters, even when you're young, a daughter don't like that good guy. Oh, he a lame. What's that other? They got another saying nowadays. I don't even know it. What he said? Yeah, he a cornball. He don't know nothing. They want that guy that they believe is experienced, and that guy that's experienced, he beat the brakes off of him, and that's a norm. So, sure.
That's a good point that he makes, because I'm gonna tell you why that point is so good. Because statistically, women base their opinion around a small group of men.
Yes.
But you don't see the vast majority of men out here. So there's a small group of men that women base their idea of men off.
Okay.
Do you understand? But there's a lot of other men like Abrams, Cap, Abrams, that actually are going to move the right way, correct? But then there's a small majority of women that base their decision off a small group of men. You can go into any section, go to the hood, they're going to base it off what they see in the hood. Go to the Christian church, they're going to base it off what they see in the Christian church. You understand? You go to this part, they're going to base it off what they see there. You see? So there is a small group that each set of women base their idea, especially when it comes to something like polygyny. If you always saw that it was done wrong, then that's your experience. You understand? And as Javine said, well, this is the normal, so if I'm going to do it, as Mag was saying, I don't know. But then they decide to do it, then they get into the same situation that has been in the neighborhood. You understand? It's just a revolving door. So it takes, as Eob said earlier, it takes someone setting that example, or us looking into our book and having these conversations and saying, how are we going to change this? Because it's not a bad thing. It's actually beneficial. So how are we going to change this? How are we going to have these conversations with our husbands? Or how are we going to have our conversation with these men? What exactly are we going to do in order to change this?
Exactly, because as Ezra was saying, it's beneficial. Think about it. Polygyny, whether you're doing it knowingly or unknowingly, has us in the position that we're in. Think about it. Think about it. That's what got us in the position that we're in, whether we're doing it knowingly or unknowingly. Let's look at the unknowingly man. He got 3 baby mamas. Well, if he did it right and understood what he was doing, bam, you shoot that up. You know, knowingly, if y'all doing what was right, you wouldn't have certain things. See what I'm saying? So that's what, it's a great thing, it's needed, and it's gonna be here. It just has to be done correctly now. And it's gonna produce what it needs to produce the righteous way. There is no way that we have something that Moshe came down and said, listen, these are the guidelines and the laws with these things. As long as we stay within those guidelines and we understand what we're doing, I promise you, I believe that some of those men understood what it takes or what it did when you, listen, a male lion understands what it means to have about 10 or more lionesses. He understands that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a thing of when he understands and the women, the lioness understands, you don't have any lone lioness just roaming, because one lioness is not going to make it. She's not going to make it in the wild like that. You know what I'm saying? Most of our single women with children, they're not, we look and say, it's not good that thou should be alone. You shouldn't be alone. Versus the scripture saying he saw that man, you should not be alone. You should be somewhere close to a righteous man. You see, it's just not good to be alone. You know, so Cain, knowingly and unknowingly, polygyny has got us in the condition that we're in. So you have to fix it, you know?
So do y'all think possibly that on the other end, if we're talking from the male perspective, and I try not to because I try to lead, that's what I'm asking. Do y'all think that possibly there are good men that could have successful polygamous relationships, however, they're extremely cautious because of the flip side of it, I'm running a loving household here. I'm running a unit. I'm raising my children. We're in tune. And now I understand that it would be great. I see that sister over there, and she looks like it would work, but it's a gamble. Like we rolling dice here, and what happens if and my wife is, maybe she'd be willing, but I don't even want to go there with that, because if I do, what if it turns out to blow up in my face? So that might be also a portion of polygamous relationships that probably could work but aren't taking place. Because you have this good household with positive role models, and the woman is righteous, the man is righteous, but the man is just like, because I've heard men say, I'm cut out for one. I hear you, but I don't have anything against it. I think it's great. What you doing, what you got over there is great. But I think
I'm gonna say, like I told you the other night we was talking, these are people that is talking from a bad experience.
Well, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. It's not just a bad experience from the women's side, because we're all looking at the same thing. We're all looking at the same thing. We're all looking at the same outcomes. And you might have a man that's like, listen, I saw it. I came up. I said, because you have two ways that people do things, especially in the Israelite culture. Either they run in the total opposite direction. I don't want nothing to do, or they repeat what's been going on. So if you have this brother that saw stuff and he looked up to these men, and he still has respect for them. But in the back of his mind, he's like, when I get big, I'm not doing what you did. Because your house, you can tell me whatever you want. Your house was a mess. So I'm going to have my one wife. I'm going to make sure she's happy. I'm going to make sure my children are good. Now I don't know about bringing somebody, and there's a sister there that you might have a connection with. It might, but here we go. Is it worth losing my whole family? Possibly, or bringing turmoil, or not even turmoil. It doesn't have to be like it turns out to be this huge, horrible thing, but just the point of bringing anything into my household that's going to disrupt the peace. But and then it's like, well, all these single men, and I said it to y'all, these men, you're all capable. Why are there single women around? If y'all talking all this polygamy talk, why do there single women? It is, you know what I'm saying? But in the same vein, listen, I got a good thing going on in my house. I hear sister so-and-so, and she seems like a good sister, and I look out for her. But, so I think it could be on both sides. It's not just women being scared. It's also men, being like, let's not, if it ain't broke, it's all right, So, I don't know.
That's true. That's a good point that Gaveri made. Very good point. Because as she said, some man looks at my family's intact. Why should I go and do these? And the good point that she made earlier is every man is not built for it. And once a man, let me say, this is my opinion. Once a man begins to doubt that he can handle it, he's probably not built for it. So once that man goes and say, I don't know, my house, you know what I'm saying? Once you get to that point, you probably should do it, Right. Because he's a good, right. Because he will be good to help someone. Right. But if that doubt comes, and I'll pass the evil, this is my opinion. Listen, y'all, what I'm saying. Opinion. This is my opinion. All right, this is, That says scribe, not Yah. Yeah. So my opinion is, once a man feels doesn't want it and he's unsure, he shouldn't do it. You know, yeah, take it, and if your confidence get to that point and you want to do it, because the thing is you're going to have to deal with whatever problem comes in the house. You understand? You have to be the one that straighten it out. You're the one. The man sets the order, and the woman builds the house. You understand? He sets it there, and the woman goes to build it. You know, so if you can't deal with telling her, you shut up. I'm tired of stop. You understand? You can't deal with telling her, no, this is not how it's going. Or that lip, I'm hearing that. If you're not built to just, I'm not saying women are like that, but I'm just telling you, if you feel like I just ain't built to keep her in order, don't do it.
And while you haven't made that exact point, because I figured sooner or later one of y'all would do it. Shalom, everyone. Getting back to the question that was asked earlier about whether it was right for Sarah to do what she did.
Yeah.
Sure it was. But whose prerogative was it to keep the women straight in the house and in line? Whose prerogative was that? Ayo always says that his wives work together because he sits them down and he has a talk with them.
Right.
In that talk, do you not get the discipline of things set?
Right.
The fact that the one wife cannot hurt the other because if she hurts her sisters, akin to hurting Eo.
Right.
Okay. So in that household that we were looking at with Abraham, was it not his prerogative to get Hagar straight? Don't hurt her, because when you hurt her, you hurt me, you hurt us.
Right.
We work as a unit and said it so. Just want to put that.
Okay. That's the man.
Shalom. Again. That perspective was a little different with Sarai and Hagar, because in that period of time, it would have been understood that Hagar was her servant. So the order should have already been established. So with the order being established, she knew she was her servant. She knew she was an old woman. She knew all of those things. But I always had a question, and maybe we could get it. What was her origin? Hagar, right? She was Egyptian. So she was a whole nother people. She knew.
In that house,
She just was a whole nother people. So sometimes that could that's a variable to look into. But when you establish an order should be established. But the sister is right. You have to kind of go back and sure it up. And even what Gavert was saying is so very true. Like me, I believe that I'm a polygynous man.
Yeah.
But I understand that I do not want to disrupt my house.
Right.
My house runs relatively smooth. So for anybody to come, they would have to come with a spirit of cooperation. They can't come with a spirit of, well, I need to do, It got to be the spirit of cooperation. So that would be my hesitance, my slowfulness, even some apprehension, because it's like, hey, we got to make sure we got our ducks in a row, because I'm not ready to lose what I have to get something new. And I've met some brothers and even had conversation with some men that was willing to lose what they had for this new thing. Because this new thing is younger, she's more viable, and I think it's I thought it was disrespectful. Somebody that's viable, more useful, somebody that you could use for your cause. I thought it was, I don't think it's cool. But it's just a lot that we all have to learn.
Right.
Yeah. And Mag said it earlier, we dealing with these curses. We still rolling around in curse. And it's all y'all's mercies that allow us to even be this far into this process.
Right.
So it's just tender mercies that allow us to even be in a mindset to operate with y'all's unmerited favor, to make moves, and to, that's all y'all's mercies that just keep allowing us to progress. And we just hope that we could stay on the steady path of moving forward, opposed to moving backward. Like you said, passing it on to your children, teaching your daughters, because it's a lot of 25, I think it was Cap that said it. One of the brothers said it's a lot of 25 a lot of 25-year-old daughters that are not ready to be married. And that's a terrible thing. Another conversation was having recently in the European state, right? When their children go off to college, their daughters are preparing to be married.
Right.
They usually, by the time they graduate with their degree, they already married with a husband for 2 years. But in our community, it's the opposite. Our daughters are taught to go to college, get this degree, and don't get a man until you're 33. And by the time you're 33, or 34, or 36, and you got your career, you kind of a little outclassed most of the men that would, and then you say the man is not strong enough, and that's not the case. Man just ain't willing to deal with it because you kind of set in your way. Yeah, it's just kind of the truth. So a lot of times, because that's what our sisters have been taught, go to college, girl, get your degree, get your education. That's what they do. They go out and I know quite a few personally. And it hurt my heart. As a matter of fact, my little sister, my biological little sister, I just shared with my mom recently. Mom, my sister's beautiful. Y'all see my sister, right? She is absolutely gorgeous. But I told my mom, I said, you ruined her. She's probably no good to a man. Yeah, because she headstrong. She don't want to listen. She feel like she got it going on. She done bought this house. She making her $60,000, $70,000 a year. She has no children. So every man that she meets, when he's a good one, she trying to tell him what to do. And like I shared with her, baby, if he's a man, he's not gonna let you rule him. He'll work with you, but he's not gonna let you rule him. And then if he's a real man, you don't want him coming to live in your house.
That's it.
Y'all want to be getting something together.
Right.
But the way that they processing things, and I know quite a few sisters over the last 5 years that bought houses, and I told them, I said, hey, I don't think that's a good move. But when you marry this man, if you looking for a man, you already done pushed him off. Because you a little more accomplished than he is. Because most 30-year-old men, if they single, ain't buying no houses. Maybe when they get about 35, man, I got to do something. They still living at home with their mama. They still living at home with daddy. You know what I mean? So why? Because you don't need it. But because they taught our women to operate in masculine energy, that's the way that they rolling. So, shalom.
Hey.
Beautiful. Yatheen. He tells the truth. He tells the truth. That's true though. What he's saying is the truth. And it's a war. With the mindset of Sarah is the type of mindset that we need to come back. Even the mindset of Leah and Rachel. That mindset needs to come back. In family building, it needs to happen. And listen, I'm saying it needs to happen. This is not something that, just, all right, if it happens, it happens. It needs to happen. I need y'all to do some math. Who's good at math? This is the math that I'm throwing out there. 7 men, right? There's 7 men. This is just hypothetical. I just want to show you some numbers. And 7 men have 7 wives each. And each wife has 7 children. How many people do you have? She said 300 and who? She said 343.
Yeah.
Right. It sounds right. I don't know if that's the right math, but she did it.
It's right.
So that's 7. That's, hold on, did you add the 49? 49 times 7? Times 7. Goodness gracious. 343. 7 men have produced.
Nice community.
You understand? So why is it needed? Because sometimes you have to build from the inside out instead of building from the outside in.
That's the only way.
Right? Because you see something earlier, or Edo might have said it, if it's hard to find righteous men, I'm sure you got 7. You see what? Listen, if we can't find a lot of righteous men, let's condense it. I know we can find 7 of them though. Now let's I'm gonna be like Abraham. Now we don't even have 7. If there's just one, goodness gracious, take the city down. Maybe we should condense it then. All right? You've just built from the inside out. And you've set 7 righteous men there to what the Most High knew. I know Abraham is going to instruct his household after me. You understand? And so it's needed because now you, instead of producing mistress woman having children, is what it says in a portion. Meaning that woman shouldn't even be having children. So now you begin to produce, teach it, put it in there, because that's what the Most High wanted of Yaakov, the nation of Israel. 13 children, 12 sons, right? And he had 4. See what I'm saying? So the righteousness, and we look at it, but that's what Eo was talking about. You have to look at it differently than we've been looking at it. You look at Yaakov, even Abraham and his household. When you have a business within itself, then Abram doesn't have to put a post up saying, I need drivers. Why? Because it's going to exist. Now, how many times is that money going to roll back around into? You understand? So it's not that it's something I may have, it's needed. Right? Y'all agree? Well, where can you build something that quick at? Right? I'm just saying, when you begin to look at the nation and you say that Abram sent something to us and the guy was having a debate and the one guy got up and said he had 4 wives or something. And he said, I am going to have more wives because we need righteous seed in the earth. What are you saying? What I'm saying is if you don't put this within the plan to restore Israel, we've been doing this for a long time, right? Into the hedges and the highways, teaching and preaching to the 4 corners of the earth. You understand? But then what if the household that's preaching and teaching to the 4 corners of the earth is when that dies? You understand? Who's steady producing? Who's steady pushing it?
That's right.
I'm just saying. You understand? 15 or 20 kids, there should be something happening. What would you do with grown children? What does that look? You understand? So what I'm saying is it is needful. And as EO started talking, that women are some of the most powerful. That's the powerful within the nation of Israel. You understand? It is because that you build the house. A wise woman builds the house, and a foolish woman does what? Tear it down. So Eo was saying earlier, if the mindset isn't for the nation of Israel, then you see the house steadily get torn down. You understand? So it's a mindset, and the thing that I love about the mindset of Sarah, I've heard some women say this, and to me it's foolish. Even if you don't do it, saying it makes it bad. You know, polygyny is not for my household. Who made you the spokesman for your household? You see what I'm saying? You know, my husband does not. Don't you say that. You know, because it brings that masculine energy in. You know, but Sarah said, nah. This is what she might have regretted it later. You understand? It still worked out though. You understand? Abraham still said, nah, take Ishmael. But the Most High said, no, I'm still going to use Sarah. You understand?
That's right.
So righteous men moving righteously, you have to see the vision. You have to see that it's going to work. It will work as long as you have righteous men. Eo, I'm passing it back. Eo said something earlier. He said, once you move the bedroom out of there and you realize that we got to still move forward now. Like them 3 minutes is done. And now you have to say, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? Oh, my bad. My bad.
See your mindset.
See there?
See the mindset.
No, we're not doing it. We're not going to his house. Once it's over, now you have to do what? As Eo said, you have to move forward. You got to keep going now. And you have to look at ways to what? Build the house. The beautiful thing about Sarah is she went. So a lot of times you may, and I'm serious. This is the note that I'm passing it back to Eo. The mindset of Sarah, the mindset of Leah, the mindset of Rachel was to go and bring someone into their household. You understand? Someone may say, no, if you want another, you go get it. Is that a mindset of building a household? Because already you separate your mindset from his. If your husband's mindset is to keep growing, and your mindset is, well, they go do it. Yo. Can't I agree 100%? Because once again, once your husband has given you his mindset and the path that he's taking, it is your job now. You know, I promise y'all, if Rebecca or Z comes in contact with the woman that I've been talking about, they're going to somewhat pursue that woman because they know it works. You know what I'm saying? They understand that we have to keep building. You know what I'm saying? That we have to keep. So this is a question that a lot of women like to ask, and I guess the fellas y'all can ask it. Well, why you gotta marry her? Why is that the only way to build your household is to go get another wife? That ain't the only way to build. A lot of women ask those questions like, why you gotta marry? Why she gotta be? Why you gotta marry her though? You know. So I'm helping y'all because I'm always for the people. Brothers, how are y'all gonna answer that?
If that question was asked to me, I would say the same reason I married you. You was without man. You was without husband.
It's up there, Steve. It's up there. It's up there.
It's up there.
It's up there, Steve.
Guarantee it's up there. She was gonna think, wait a minute. I got a good husband. And when I begin to think of everything he do and bring to the table, he had a point. But that was a joke, but that's serious though. But my reason would be it's going to grow our family. It's going to help you more than it helps me. Because when you have a sister wife, 90% of the time she's there with that other woman. I'm not there with her.
At all.
Think of a monogamous marriage. My wife, I'm on the road working. So I'm not going to be with this second wife more than I'm with you. So that mindset that you think she's going to get more time than you, that doesn't make sense. You think I'm going to come off the road because I got a second wife? I got to be more on the road. I may only get home and going down on the sign on Shabbat and go back out. Look at Matt. Matt said, no, that ain't going to work. Yeah, but that's what I would say is that it will help the family. It will help the family. It will help build the family. It will help you. But if that woman's mindset is not there, you're gonna feel the tug against what you're saying. But when her mindset gets there, as he all said, you got to keep talking about it. It's every now and then this conversation come up in our house, and 90% of the time I do not bring it up. My wife brings it up. And we talk about it. Because at the end of the day, it is what it is. And she said something the other day. She was like, I can't really say it because she's like, please don't say it. She said something the other day, and she said it. I was like, wow, that's progress. That's progress. She said, if I was to have a sister wife, I would want a sister wife the way that me and Mariah is. That we can talk, we can do stuff together. Not a separate relationship. That's beautiful. I want you. You need to go look for a woman that you can have a relationship with. Mariah ain't the one. She already married.
These two niggas be plotting like, I know if one of y'all was to die, we would, no nigga, we ain't trying, neither one's trying to die. We ain't trying to do that.
What? So she said that. I was like, no, Mariah ain't the one. I understand what you're saying. So you need to find another friend. And you can have the same relationship you have with Mariah, and we can get this thing popping. That's what you got to do, because the same relationship you can have with someone that's married, you can have that same relationship with another woman that's not married, that she can actually get that assistance. Because my wife can testify this right here. I hardly ever tell her no. Hardly ever tell her no. So at the end of the day, I would treat you, this woman that's coming in, equal. I'm not going to treat y'all different. Right. So that would be my reason, is that it's going to help build our family. It's going to make all of us better. It's not just for the man. Right. It's not just for the man. So women can get that understanding that, hey, he just want to, no, it's not all about. I'm about to be 40 years old. I ain't 20 years old like I was back in the days. If y'all read in between the lines. I don't think, I got it, but I don't think like that. When we were young, that's all we thought about that's all we thought about as young men. When you start to get older and you start to get wiser, it's about doing other stuff. How I'm going to help build my family. What legacy can I leave for my kids? Right. If we sitting around doing that 24/7 a day, what am I going to leave for my children? Nothing. Nothing. You don't see more brothers and sisters. Then I got to get another wife because we got more children. So the understanding of that is that we needed to build a better empire for our family. As he always said, man, if I had this understanding 20 years ago, all the girlfriends that I had, that we separated, when Kenyatta came on board, I would have still had them. Why? Because I had that understanding. But because you don't have that understanding, it's like we move in a westernized society mindset and we lose a lot. But if we had that mindset 20 years ago, we would have been farther than what we are now. But because where we're at now, we just got to pick up the torch and just keep going. Just keep going. Don't tell me, no, it ain't about that. I don't know this woman. She seems that she can be a good woman. She seems like she can be a good match for the family, but I don't really know this woman until she get in my house. I need to be with this woman a little longer, talk to her a little longer, get to a little longer. Why? So I can know that, you know what? This is going to work for my household. And the things that I see that I need to tweak within her, babe, there's some stuff that we got to tweak. We, not me, we, because we in this thing together. And we work with her through the process. And at the end of the day, it builds a foundation for the family, and all of us in that marriage become better, not just the man. Hallelujah.
So great answer. Great answer from Maureen. Now remember the question at the beginning of most women will say, well, why you gotta marry her? Or why you gotta do this? When a woman tells her husband that, she's just all about herself. Because that he married you. What makes you better than the next woman? Y'all listen to me. These are the type of mindsets that I just have to tear them down. You can't think like that. We ain't gonna get nowhere with that mindset. Well, what made you better for me to marry you and not her? And when you start asking them questions, you get. So what happens is a lot of time married women have set themselves up so high that the husband need to pull their behind back down. Set your behind. That's when I ever say, you got to be able to say, set your behind down somewhere. Because you done got up too high now. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, what, go sit down somewhere. So Kane, that's a great answer that Maury gave. That's the answer that I always give.
So, in the Tanakh, it seems like men didn't, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like men didn't get married until they were almost 40. If you pay attention in the Tanakh, men didn't get married. They weren't out here running around at 20 because of the statements I've heard several of you say. If we knew this when I was 20, I was working and running. I don't know if hoping that if people were following the law, men weren't ripping and running like that. When in their 20s, my question is, could it be that the reason why you all are in this mindset at this age that y'all are approaching is because it's just the way it happens? And hear me out, because it appears that men weren't young when they got married.
So if I was to answer that according to when you look at,
do you really think a 27-year-old man can handle a religious relationship, even if you know?
Oh, with me, I could.
Well, I understand what you're saying, Gavere, because right when you look at statistics. When you look at statistics of men, that's why in statistics they say that women mature faster than men. That's what statistics says, right? So say for an example, you got 8 out of 10 women, they advance fast, but you got 2 men in there. 8 out of 10, but there is 2 men in there. So those 2 just keep mounting. So to answer your question, and we have to look at it like this also. Well, back then, men live a lot longer than men are living now. And you look at children, even when children come out the womb, they are way more advanced, than ever before. So if I was to answer your question, I would just say, well, they lived a whole lot more longer and were in way better condition and shape and all about it. At 40, they still young and, a young bull. Now, you get to 40, now you be like, man, I need to go sit under a tree somewhere. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times you hear 40 and 45-year-old. Now we have this thing of ED at 30 years old. So something done happened in us. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
Right, and then also, if you look, and I'm just saying historically, they say there's nothing new under the sun. Abigail was, how old? Abigail was older. And also, if you, I know he's not Israelite, but if you look at Muhammad and the story of him and his 4 wives, they were older as well, and he was a bit younger. So maybe it's not a match of the younger men with the younger women, because it seemed like the men that were with younger girls were older. And then if they were young and he took a wife, sometimes it seemed like the pattern was the wife was older. So I don't know if there's something to that, but
It's very possible.
mhm.
That is very possible. A young man marrying an older woman, because once again, statistics says that women mature faster than men. So then, as he get older, well, now he's going to be start looking the other way, younger now. Him and his wife, because the wife is saying, look here, boy, there's nothing I can do for you right now. You're going to have to start looking the other way now. So, Kane, I agree.
But why is going back there? Why is
Going back there, but today is all perverse.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
We think that the norm is age you need to match.
Right.
But that's not necessarily the case. But then we got a lot of perverted men, so you gotta be careful.
Right. See, so you see how everything has been tainted so much that even in what you call your culture, so what they did then in ancient time is so perverse now.
So EO made some points about us men. We reach certain ages now, 30 years old, you deal with certain health issues. And Gaberi made some really strong points as far as age with men dating, marrying damsels. And of course the story of Muhammad, those are some strong stories, strong points. One of the reasons we have the men in this country, we have the issues that we have concerning health and age, is because this westernized diet is killing us. The food that we have been accustomed to eating, that we've called soul food, even whether you're a vegan, a vegetarian, you're still using the same stuff. Everything is processed. We're eating all of this, these sugary, everything is sugar.
Right.
They did a survey, Americans eat more sugar today, like 200% more sugar today than they ate 100 years ago or 200 years ago. And it's because we didn't have high fructose corn syrup. We didn't have all of these different chemicals. One of a staple, oatmeal, right? Oatmeal has more chemicals on it than just about any other thing that we can eat. Because they spray the oats early so that they can dry out, so that they can be prepared. So that's why when you see those, y'all got some in your family, some of those old people that plant food, that kind of live off the land, they look youthful. And the reason why they do is because they're not eating all of the garbage that we eat. Well, not that we eat, that's societal norm.
Right.
So a lot of times, when you start putting in all of those different factors into the computer, it'll let you know this is why you have this situation. And even the question about a young man being polygynous.
Right.
So with my limited understanding, and of course this is my limited understanding, a young man, most 25-year-old men, if he is prepared for marriage, if he is married, he might have just got married. And I personally believe that a man should establish some time with his wife. Whatever the period of time is, some years, 3, 4, 7, whatever your number is, But it should be an established time in that marriage before taking on the second wife. So if we were to even go by that, a 25-year-old man marrying somebody, he's probably not going to be ready to take on the second until he's 30 or until he's 35. Now, if he comes from a strong family that's taught him some good ethics, well, then maybe this young man could have married at 19 or 20, right? He married somebody, he was 19 or 20. So by the time because I believe that your Isha needs some time to get to know each other, for y'all to have some children, just the whole shebang. It's kind of like, it's not just a machine. You just don't run through, hey baby, we've been married for 6 months. let me go. Most I say I can get me another one, let me go get another one. I believe that Isha, she deserves that time. And again, this is only my opinion. So with all those different things, they add to the equation. And of course, everybody's going to be a little different. Shalom.
Okay, I'm gonna give it back to Ezra. So once again, to pile on with what Yavin is saying, even to Gaveri, now we only promise how long to live. So what I'm saying is the time has changed so much. I have traveled more miles than probably all of our forefathers in one day. So the times has changed so much, you kind of got to come up. If I only got 3 scores, 10, you tell me I can't get married down 40, we probably never have a 40th anniversary. They done been married for 40 years. Now we only reached 30. And they both died after 30 years. So, Kane, I do understand what you're saying, but if you look at the time, if you look at us as people, we're progressing so much faster than what I know that a lot of times we like to give our forefathers this thing of this credit that they were the most, but we are progressing so fast, that we're doing things that they probably wouldn't have done until they were 40 years old. They couldn't even imagine, that's like us now. We look at our children sometimes like, man, how that boy learn that thing like that, so the times has just changed so much, and you kind of got to change with the time.
And one thing I wanted to say it earlier, but it seems like this is a better time to put it out there. The same way we talk about natural things, not making it so spiritual. So it's not making it that false sense of righteousness. We can't do the same thing. So the same thing, how you say we do these things a lot faster and at a more progressive pace than our forefathers did. It's the same way we teach our children, like the understanding we have now, we pass it down. Marriage is that form of you building your business. Marriage is that form of you building that thing you're going to leave back to the next generation. So, just like you said, if I get married at 20, and let's say at 25, 27, I get me another wife, look at how much I left behind to my child, business-wise, compared to if I had to till the land back in my hand when I got tractors. I'm just, you see what I'm saying? I'm just going based off of not taking that ancient mindset and bringing on the modern. The same way we would have sold spiritual and, for lack of better words, y'all get what I'm saying.
Right.
It is not all that fake stuff. No, these people were living. You kept God's commandments. He said, I'll take care of you and I'll take care of you. Here, look, he was taking care of that stuff and you're going to have to work it. When we come now, it's a lot easier compared to back then, how our children will work things. Same thing, we passed on to understanding. Look, at least if you said 40 back then, it's a lot different than 40 now. Yeah, just want to put that out.
Okay, so even as what Yavin said, and I'm not going against what he's saying, I agree with him wholeheartedly when it comes to certain points. But then at the same time, if you ask me for my son, I think he should start off with 2 wives. I don't think that you should get one and then wait. I think you should walk down the aisle with 2 of them at the same time and start building that.
You might be prepared.
But as Yavin said, depending on the stock that they're coming from. Because once again, things are moving a lot faster now. And I know it seems hard when a woman like, man, I ain't got no time. But think about it. the next woman that, and I love sharing this with my family, that woman that comes in that you done had 10 or 15 years with by yourself, she never get that. She never get 10 or 15 years by herself, sleeping in the bed beside him every night. She never gets that. You see what I'm saying? So you start with 2, you eliminate a problem. Even you eliminate a problem. Yeah, because she done had, you eliminate that. Y'all both was here at the same time. So I love talking about things like that too. You done been married to this woman for 20 years. She would never, that woman coming in would never get that what the 20-year woman got. It's no. So that's why I say we should automatically start with 2. DeVere, you agree with me. Thank you, DeVere. I want to say this on record. DeVere agreed that we should start with 2. Hey, Cockbox. We have a new number. So the new number, y'all, we didn't add the women and the men in it. So the new number of people is 399 with 7 men, 7 women, each having 7 children. We didn't add the men and the women. So it will move the number up to 300, from 343 to 399, almost 400. Just 7.
That's pretty nice.
That's pretty. That's if everybody, yeah.
So I think everybody in a situation like that, I think everybody would stay.
And that's just 7 men though.
Remember that movie?
Yeah, you're right.
The Village. It's a movie called The Village out of New York, where they moved into that park and they did something similar.
Hey, I agree. I agree. That's when you have to get apartment buildings. So Kane, y'all, I mean, that's just the truth. Again, so we got 7 back. Everybody got 7, everybody got 7, everybody gonna give you 8, maybe it's 8, you wanna give 8, you wanna give 8, it was 9, and now you make 10, so. Again, though, as EO started off and we just continued it, y'all, it is just the family aspect just shows, you understand? Even when you look at the society today, when a man runs for president, you have to look at him and his family. You understand? So because they're like, man, you have to be a certain way in order to run the country. So the same thing when we start building, when we begin to bring and put these things together, we will grow. What's the word? Exponentially. You understand? And we will begin to produce. And the prophecy is, it is to your seed and your seed seed. So the prophecy is to our children. We just have to operate. One of the things, and I'm serious about it, is unity. And I was telling my wife, I think might have been EO when we were down there, that we're serious about unity. But I said, how much more serious, Abrams, does a man look if you see his family? I told EO, I said, man, you're doing it. If you talk unity, people look and say, oh, he ain't playing. I see you. You understand? So it even makes the message that you push. You understand? Because, man, you're talking about, what you talking about, man? All right, you don't got to unify. I'm going to do it myself. You understand? So even when you push the unity of it, you know, the assembly should be built just like a family. And I'm not talking about a wicked, I'm not talking about the Rothschilds. They were rich, though. The Rockefellers, they were wealthy as hell. But I'm talking about a family of righteous just. You understand? Because that's what's going to push the nation forward. Okay? And that's so true because, and I'm not saying this, and I know y'all probably saying, EO, just go far and fast. And I'm not saying it has to be like this, but when you do have leaders that's in position, and if they do have 2 wives, and you see that those wives are being treated equally or right, you know that your leader most likely is going to deal righteously with the people. Unless, you know, as Mag was saying, unless he's not one of those leaders that's just for his family. You see what I'm saying? He gotta be for the people. But when that leader won't even treat his wives a certain way, man, that's a red flag, man. That man is not built to be in leadership. You know? He won't even deal justly with his children. When he see his children out of line, he won't correct them. They get away with murder. He's not really fit to be a leader, in Israel like that. Not anywhere. So Cain, I agree. Once again, I love the fact that where Shiloh is, conversation like this is just a regular conversation. It has to become more and more just regular, because y'all know at the beginning, you talk about religion, everybody, ooh. I done got it to the point now it's just regular now. Yeah. And like I was telling the other brothers that we deal with, I said, y'all, what I be trying to figure out, once again, I'm different, I go far fast. What are we afraid of to talk about? It's just I don't think any of these men are going out tomorrow to say, you know what? They said it today, and tomorrow here she is. Now, it's possible that one could show up tomorrow, but, it's very, yeah, I mean, come on, we just not about to just run out here nowadays. Well, everybody, ain't nobody in Shiloh really had no rebuttals out there like that. Everybody kind of, I didn't see Maureen Abrams' wife back there rolling her eyes, so that must be the green light. I ain't see nobody. I ain't see Madeline rolling her eyes, so we good now. No, that's not what it is. I think Ezra said it. We was talking. I can't remember. He said, "Man, we gotta have some type of dignity about ourselves. Integrity. That's the word he used. Like he was saying, well, now if you fall in front of me and I walk right past you, did I sin? Well, come on, we gotta have some type of integrity." Sorry he said that, but let me further it. Yes, very integrity in the conversation. Because when men say things like, well, did I sin? Yeah, but you have no integrity though. You understand? You have no integrity as a man, as a leader, as one who needs a wife. You have no integrity, because if I use that in every scenario, this old man falls down in front of me and I step over him. Everybody will look at me like I did something wrong, right? So that man just can't go out here talking about, yeah, I ain't had to tell my wife I had all these women. You have no integrity. You understand? But if I step over an old man, you will be like, oh, he wrong. Did I sin? Where in the book it tell you not to step over someone when they fall? You see what I'm saying? So we've lost the integrity of what our Torah is supposed to mean to us. You understand? And once that integrity is gone, you go down a slippery slope, with no brakes. So it's about the integrity, and it's not about, oh, but did I? Let me talk. Okay, you ain't sin. Wait till Ezra show up. Because Ezra's not going to care about if you old or young. I'm going in and I'm taking over. I don't care what you think. Right. Now it's going to be all Ezra, you this and you that. No, that's how y'all is over there. Right. So now when it come back to your door, Ezra's wicked. I don't care what you say. You understand? Right. When the Most High send people like myself to your front door, oh, he's wicked. No, you're wicked. That's why I'm here. Right. You understand? Right. But it takes integrity. If you're leaders, the scripture says to the leaders there, for one that is a widow, right? Or one that is fatherless, you take care of them. You understand? If I done been married 7 times and divorced 7 women, and I'm out here like, oh, y'all on your own, what type of integrity is? You see what I'm saying? That is not a fit leader for the nation. You have no integrity for Torah. You only have a letter, and it's not within you. You understand? That's why you can say, well, I didn't sin. Right. You understand? Right. Does a woman sin if she come in here with a short skirt on? Well, now you gonna try to get in that Torah and try to navigate it. The Torah say the attire of a prostitute. Right. You understand? Right. You will get in there and you will try to make that thing fit, because, you know what I'm saying? But she got on fishnet stockings and that skirt all the way up there, and you down here. You see what you want to see. You don't come into the house of the Most High like that. But just to let you know, we have more integrity for an entity that you've never seen than the people that you see every day.
Come on now.
I'm sorry. All right, we was about to close out. That's so true, y'all. So we have to bring the integrity back. You know what I'm saying? We gotta put it back in this proper, perspective. So I say Toda Yah. Go ahead.
Came in on the Shabbat Shalom to everyone. I kind of came in on the end, but you were speaking on integrity and you was speaking on mindset. I think that that's something that's very big, whether you're in polygyny or not. You have that mindset as Ezra the scribe was saying initially, and you're not in polygyny, just knowing and understanding the basics of what it is, or understanding what it is, period. We didn't grow up knowing what it was, but we knew when somebody was adulterous or somebody got a baby mama or baby daddy, and that was magnified. But now, people who still don't know, they'll turn their nose up at something, such as polygyny, when they're sitting amongst chaos with baby mama, baby daddy drama. And that's the background I came from, but that's something that didn't sit well with me either. This woman doesn't have a name anymore. She doesn't have an identity outside of being a man's baby's mother. That's very degrading. And that's things that I would share when I would hear people say, my baby mama, my baby mama, my baby dad, they have a name. First of all, there's no integrity there. But then we come to polygyny and we actually acknowledge one another. And so that's something that, we shouldn't, as Eo would always say, don't hide your light up under a bush. We shouldn't hide that light because it's something that's righteous. It's something we're showing a positive example of how it should be, because the younger people are watching. The younger people are tired of things like that. They're not going to make that the normality. They're trying different ways to even make it work. These baby mamas getting along or whatnot, but then you might still have the man that's coming in and he's causing chaos amongst that. So if we set that mindset from the very beginning, she knows, okay, this is what's happening, or I see this shift, or I feel this shift. To be honest, the mindset is going to continuously change. Once you even embark on polygyny, you're going to have the basics, but as you walk in that, you're going to gain more and more understanding, and it's going to allow it to be beautiful. We talk about everything being normal and flowing, a natural flow. It will become that without even thinking about it. But it first begins with self. We talk about that a lot, self-reflection. When you reflect on how am I as a person with this scenario or that scenario, or what would I like? What would I desire as a woman? I'm speaking from a woman's perspective. I can't look at this woman any differently. All I can want is something, the same thing for her and better. Because guess what? He's going to become better. It might have been one time that I might have felt some type of way because he had a better mindset, but I can't be upset that he got better. We as women get in our feelings about certain things, but we have to get out of that and say Toda Yah and move forward, because he's being a better person to this next person. Look at how he's making her feel. So it's something I personally can say. It allows me to love him even more when I see how he can love someone else. His love is not diminishing that comes towards me. That love is not diminishing, but I see that she is different. So he's going to love her differently than what he loves me. But, it's not a thing that he's retracting something from me now. He's holding back. This is what she needs right now. This is what I need at this point in time. And then to go further is nothing. You will never find a love like the love that someone will have for you when you see their vision and you follow suit with that vision. That's going to intensify that love that they have for you. That's how, I see that that's how the Most High views us. When he sees that we understand the instruction that he has set for us and we follow through with it, there's no doubt. We believe everything because we have to put action to it. Yes, we're the ones that have to make it happen. Then he will step in and he will allow us to continue further, but he has to know where our heart is. The same thing is no different with our husband. With him seeing how we desire something so great for that next woman, it's gonna cause him to do something more. You know, he's gonna love you so much more intensely. It might not come in that form of the love that we've learned here in this Western world. Oh, baby, I love you. I want to sit up under you and this, that, and the other. But you're going to see it in his actions. You're going to hear it in his words. You're going to hear it when he give you instruction. I had to learn to change my mindset. When my husband give me instructions, and, you know, even if it's one of the things that I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize. But I understand how much more he loves me. It's no different from a teacher or a parent when we hard on our children, or you hard on the student. You see that potential in that person. And you want them to live up to their fullest potential. And that's something that he has seen and he has instructed. And I don't want to fall away from that. So, you know, it might be things that I might have fell away from in the past, but I make sure I'm still on point now. Well, I have now gotten on point, and I'll check in with him. You know, how is this and how is that? You know, he said, well, if I ain't saying anything and you're doing good, well, you know, I don't want to be good. I want to be great. I want to be excellent. But that mindset is something that's very key. And I told y'all that it keeps increasing. Like Eo said earlier, the more you understand, the better you can operate. So I told y'all for the understanding. I told y'all for everyone, everybody, your surroundings make a difference. So if you're not in polygyny, but you have that understanding, that mindset of it, you're going to lift that next sister up that's in polygyny. Because otherwise you're going to make her fall away. You're going to make her fall behind. And we don't have time for that. We hear our leaders say that all the time. We are already behind. We don't need to bring each other down. So understanding and getting that mindset is very key because we are here to push one another. Yeah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
That's experience talking. Told out for that. Told out for that. This is the last question, I promise. I don't want to keep it on no longer. But she said something. Do women think that makes you look weak when you submit yourself to your man? Does that make you feel like, oh, you listening to a man, don't listen to everything? The guy I got sisters don't know, man. How so? I've heard someone say, you know, why do you listen to everything that he's saying?
I think it's the mind, where somebody's mind is at. Yeah, I mean, basically American, quote unquote American mindset that, you know, nobody can tell me what to know, why they're not telling me what to do, whatever. But I don't think it makes you weak. I think it makes you smart. Because if you're with this person and you're supposed to be a unit, and you're supposed to be union as one, it makes you smart to understand that somebody gotta call shots, you know? And as a woman, I guess just the way we're designed, even if you have a woman that is strong-willed, the way we're designed to want somebody to be in charge, you know? I mean, it's just the way, you know, but the society that we live in here in this country does not, they don't push it, they don't glamorize it. The other way around is glamorize it and makes you feel like you're doing something wrong if you say, because, you know, a man told me to, you know, we just, I mean, I don't know any other way to articulate it. And then it's that could be hard because then if you have a woman that you can make a woman feel like she's doing something wrong, you know, and then again, because of some of the perverse ways of the men, it may be, there's a difference between keeping your foot on somebody's neck and taking the lead, you know, and it's not all one and the same. And I think that's where the viewpoint is, you know, oh, he's just abusing her, he's mentally abusing her, he's doing this. And then you gotta look at the whole picture to see, like, you don't know what's going on in those people's household, and listen, you know, let people live, especially if he's taking care of what he needs to do, you know. But yeah, I don't think that makes a woman weak. You know, it makes her smart, it makes her wise. If she wants her union to work. And then again, I mean, if that's the way your house, I don't understand it, but if that's the way your household rocks, where a woman runs the show, I mean, so be it, you know? It's never been my judge, but whatever works, you know?
And to add on
She want to say something?
I'm definitely passed the word You gotta get it while it's hot. But to agree with the Barrett was saying, looking at that mindset, where it might have come from. It reminded me of, Chef said this a few years ago. He said when he looks into Jacob's marriage, and they said, well, we don't want to be Israel because all the trouble that came from it. And he said, well, no, you can't look at it from that mindset. So a lot of times if someone says, well, that's weak, well, you're looking at it from your experience. I can't take your experience and apply that to me and say, you know what? That's me being weak. I need to, no, you better submit to your husband. You better go and carry on and do what you have to do, and don't take that mindset that was passed on somebody else's turmoil and put it in your own house.
Right.
So I think that's very important. I already had certain things where my wife was like, well, this person said this. And I'm like, leave that. They experience, I had to break it down.
Yep.
They experience this, and that. And that's why they tell you that. Ignore that.
Right.
You know, you can't take someone else's bad experience and put it on you.
Right.
You can learn from it,
Right.
but that don't mean now that's my mindset. You have to be able to discern and say, well, you know what? I can see what you're saying, and I can see why you're saying it. I see what you went through. But that's not the case for me, my husband and my wife, whatever, you know.
Good point, man. Great point.
So real proud. So in the reverse sense, real proud is extremely strong. Cain?
Especially because she said, look, I came from this whole thing of baby mamas and this and that. And she didn't take that and said, well, no, I don't want to do pleasure because no, she said, no, this is what my husband said. I see the vision. This is what we're all working towards. I'm not going to take the experience I saw in my past and now apply that and say, well, this is going to be impossible because of this.
Right.
So you're right. It makes her very strong to change that mindset and say, that's not going to be us.
Yeah.
Cain, absolutely. I agree 100%. We can't let people push that. Women, don't let people push that in your mind.
Right.
You know that you got a good husband. You know, listen, you know, I be wanting to tell the women that don't have a good, don't listen to that fool. Don't listen, but the ones that got a good, listen to him, you know, and then you're gonna see whether what he's saying works or not. I keep saying it, y'all. You gotta go and do it and see whether it works.
Right.
You know? All right, Cap, I hear what you're saying.
Yep.
You know? Let's start working towards that. You know? So, and there you have it, man. Something that Gavera said, Gavera was all in my house this week when she said, that's not what society push. I was telling my wife this week, and I was using the big word. I said, F what society has put before us. Yeah. I said, give me my culture. I don't care what society has pushed. Give me my culture and the understanding of my culture, and that's what I'm going with. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care anymore. I said, man, listen, we sit and judge one another off of the society that has been pushed on us. I said, give me my culture. Give me my culture, and I don't care what you think after that. I don't care. I'm sorry. I don't care. You know, Facebook has become the epitome of our society. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about that, man. Give me my culture. You know, give me the understanding of my culture and let me move and rock with that. And I promise you X, Y, and Z. So I say told out y'all. Anything else, brothers? Else you got a little bit more you trying to hold. I'm telling you, tomorrow. Listen, Abrams, tomorrow's not promised. Tomorrow's not promised to anyone. This is the last thing I promise. So hearing all this today, y'all, this is what we can take away from it. Once we have surrounded ourselves around competent men, we have to then take away the masculine energy that we tell our daughters. Go get your own. Have your own. Go do this. Go do that. Because as Cap said, that's your bad experience. So when you get around men that are competent and well able to operate on a level better than those before, then that narrative has to change. Because as EO was saying, now you don't want that in your household. because you're not doing, you understand? You're being shaped a certain way. So that masculinity of that selfishness can't join a union because you're too selfish. This is mine. You know, I got this for me. No. Once you join that family unit, this is ours. And anybody on the outside of that, you understand, you can't dictate, you understand? Do that. No. So when you get around competent and we become greater, then we can begin to move the masculinity that has been given to women to go out and do these things so that they will be okay. See what I'm saying? I want to have to tell, I don't want the message to my daughter, Jaden, go do this because you never know. No. It's going to be do this because this is going to help your husband.
That's it. That's what I said.
This is what your husband, you understand? So we then begin to remove that masculine stigma of you have to do this for yourself in case. You understand? It works. I mean, your daughter shouldn't marry that man if it's an in case moment. The thing that you should be saying is don't marry him. You know? You just never know. You never know. No, you should instill that in them. You understand? We have to do our due diligence. And if we have to say, do this just in case Abrams don't pan out to be who you think he is. And if he ain't, you got something to fall back. That's BS. You understand? Right? You shouldn't never marry. So I'm done.
That's so true. And that's what when I met Z, those are little certain things we start talking. I said, listen, I hear what you're saying and I understand. And you're talking from the standpoint of men have let y'all down. I said, but that gotta change. You sending your daughter to school, listen, go do this in case your husband needs help. You can help him with the tools that you got from going to college. You can help him now. You know what I'm saying? So it's always a thing of I'm able to bring something and help and build, you know, versus, man, let me just get this just in case. Because if you walk out on me, I can't go get a job and take care. First of all, that ain't even supposed to be in a woman's mindset. You're supposed to have a community of people, you know what I'm saying? Right. Because if he ain't no good, the community is first of all supposed to cut his behind real good and send him on out, and we're gonna be right here with you until you get, you know what I'm saying? So that's the mindset, you know, that we gotta begin to have and begin to push with our young. And listen, I challenge us as parents to have our children ready for the next reality. You know what I'm saying? Like if you know, like how some people your child ain't even ready to go to college. You ain't had your child prepared to go out here in what we call this real world. They're gonna fail. You know what I'm saying? These young women and young men should be ready for marriage when they get, you know, that young woman at a young age should be, you know. I'm quite sure Ezra don't want to hear, man, you better not go out and get none of Ezra girl. They don't know how to clean up, they don't know how to cook, they don't do nothing but sit around and just call Angela name. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't know how to do nothing. You don't want nobody saying that about your daughter, you know? But then again, you go and look and you see, man, boy, I see Abrams and Cap daughters, man, at a young age, I see how they moving and taking care of certain things and doing certain things and da. You be like, you know? So don't have your daughter to the place where now she can't even come be a part of somebody's family. You know what I'm saying? Because she's been raised or done certain things the wrong way. So Kane, I agree. Told y'all for the lesson to talk, y'all, because these things are needed. These things are needed, man. And we got to continue to talk about them, and we got to continue to get there, because one thing that I understand, you know, most righteous men are not monogamous. They're just not, you know, they just, you know, and now that we understand a certain way, we're going to begin to build a certain way. You know what I'm saying? So I'm all for it. I'm excited. You know, as I stated again, when my mother-in-law came down, her question to Z was, would you think EO was going to get another wife? You know, Z was like, no, he ain't getting. He was like, the first thing she said was,
Well, probably so, Ema, because he's looking for an educator. So what I'm telling you is, what I'm telling them is they understand. They understand the vision. You know what I'm saying? They're like, no, that ain't happening. My goodness, I just had a baby. Can I get some time with So, and once again, I leave intimacy out of it. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's just evident. You know? I mean, you can all see the kid has a child, so the evidence is already, that's why we gotta talk. That's just, we might as well keep going past that. That's evident that's what's going on. That's not the focus of what's happening right now. We clearly see the evidence back there. Why are we even talking about that? Let's just keep going. You know what I'm saying? And let's get on to what is going to cause us to be a great unit of people, a great family, a unit. So I'm excited about it, y'all. I'm excited about it. These conversations, they excite me, not because of the fact of, we have, I'm over that, Abrams. No, I just want to encourage EO's family in front of everybody to just keep going, keep pushing, and keep that unity together. Because listen, I promise y'all, people looking at it, man, and people see it's I'm telling you, it's great. Keep it together, keep it going, and keep growing, because I'm telling y'all, that's what we need to see. You understand? We need to see that. If nobody say, I know Abrams and Cap, they say, we may say it behind closed doors, but keep it going because it's what we need to see. All they say, as long as he's moving righteously and trying to build a nation, support him 115. I don't know why 100. It's over 100%. Because of the need, I'm telling you that the onlookers are going to say, wow. They're going to be amazed at it. So I just want to say that. King, I'm glad that Ezra said that, because see, now all I do is go home and say, Ezra said for me to get another wife. Ezra said. Now, is y'all not going to listen to him? He is the leader. He's one of the leaders in now. Y'all ain't listening to me. Now, that's 2 leaders and so far y'all ain't listening to. Y'all might as well go find another sibling. I need to start over. So, Kane, absolutely, man. We got to listen, y'all. We got to keep on listening. If the brothers don't want me to go forth, just don't tell me. Because I listen to these brothers and I believe that they are being guided under the correct spirit. And man, if you say it, I know it to be, whether it be true or not. Man, Cap, what you told me does not work. I'm not doing that no more.
Let me give a disclaimer. Many times I told Ezra, you should do this, and that. Ezra be like, you really think so? Ezra, listen to me. I was just playing on this because I know he'll do it.
And I love that, y'all. Men of integrity. You're going to see integrity, man. You know what I'm saying? When I watch how Abrams conduct his business, I see integrity. He was showing me some things this morning. I said, boy, that Abrams stay in something. You know what I'm saying? And I said, so how y'all for? Because one thing I can tell you about Abrams, when Abrams sees something good, Abrams will get out there and push it even more. My wife told me, yep, Abrams saw it and he shared it. I said, boy, Abrams just, I said, we have this saying in our house, Abrams just be in everything. That's the saying in our house. Abrams is in everything, man. That's in a good way. So I said, told out y'all for all the encouraging words, Man, I said, let's keep going, man. Especially, the House of VO, they know I push it all the time. We gotta keep going. We gotta keep pushing. I keep telling them, we gotta do more. If y'all see things ain't getting done, guess what? We just gotta do more. We just have to go and do more. The Most High has equipped us a certain way. We just gotta go do more. So I keep them on their toes, man. We don't get, there's no rest in the House of VO. They sit around, they sit beside me too long. Like, you ain't got nothing to do. Something, no, I say that. Until we pull our family time together we enjoyed ourselves. We went out to Spare Time? We went out to Spare Time, and it's a place where we went bowling. You know, so I don't know whether they took the picture and posted on Facebook who won. Y'all ain't post. They don't want to post when EO out bowl everybody. You start hearing all these excuses when the balls start going in the butt. Yeah, the ball's too little, the hole's too small. I've been saying to myself, I ain't saying it then, I'm saying it now. Just an excuse. Don't sit back there and look. Just an everybody else bowling strikes and you in the gutter. The ball's too little, the ball's too heavy, the ball's too little. I don't need all them excuses out bowling. So we have fun, y'all. At the same time, as we are a working family, we have fun. We have our family moments. Even when Jeremiah can come and say, we don't have schools. Jeremiah he's kind of like his daddy, but on the negative side of things. He think that we don't have school tomorrow, so I figure we as a family can sit and watch a movie. You just don't want to go to bed. Take your butt to bed, man. I call family movie nights around here, not you. So it's good, man. We have fun. I just be sitting and I listen to them sometimes. I'm like, boy, these children, they would think you dumb, but I just be going on with the wave. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, all right, okay. Then I told him, I said, yeah, y'all go ahead and start the movie. I'm coming. None of the adults was down there watching the movie. Z was in one area, Rev cars in another. None of them. They just wanted to stay up. So go ahead and start. All right. All right, we coming down. Any words? Anyone else? Anyone else? No one else? We're going to stand. We're going to be dismissed. Maury Abrams. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Father, y'all, we thank you once again for the service today. We thank you, our Father, for the word that we have heard. Our ears have heard, Father, the word that the leaders have spoken to the congregation. Father, that you continue to allow us to be of those people to call us to be in these last and evil days, so we can be that remnant that you come back for in the last and evil days. Father, we thank you, Father, as Yeshua and Joseph say, make us one, Father, in spirit and in mind, that we can continue to do those things that's pleasing in your sight. As you bless this who we're about to see, the hands that prepared, even the place that it came from. All these blessings, I see your holy and righteous name. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. I'm sorry, one announcement.
One announcement you have an announcement also? Okay. On next week, we're supposed to be in Winston-Salem. So I believe, are we taking the bus? No, we're not taking the bus. So we will figure out exactly